phenomenal. But the journey doesn't stop here. It's vital that we continue to strengthen the Black diaspora and educate ourselves. Hello, beautiful people. Welcome to The Awakening, Black Women United. I'm your host, Sherry Danny. If you're new here, don't forget to subscribe, like, share, comment, and hit that notification bell so you know every time I upload a new video. Today, we're diving deep into a powerful and necessary topic, Black women in politics, where the work continues. Unifying Black women's voices on political issues surrounding voting blocks in the US and abroad, and atheist Black non-believers. Black women have always been at the forefront of change. From the civil rights movement to contemporary political landscapes, our resilience and leadership have been nothing short of phenomenal. But the journey doesn't stop here. It's vital that we continue to strengthen the Black diaspora and educate ourselves on growing our personal, educational, economic, family, community, and global power. Let's break it down. First, personal power. This is about knowing who you are and embracing your identity. It's about self-love, self-care, and self-respect. When you understand your worth, you stand tall in any room. Next, educational power. Education is a tool that can open doors and create opportunities. By pursuing knowledge, we not only better ourselves, but also pave the way for future generations. Economic power. Financial literacy and independence are key. We need to support Black-owned businesses, invest wisely, and build wealth that can be passed down. Family and community power. By uplifting our families and communities, we create a solid foundation. It's about nurturing the next generation and ensuring they have the resources and support they need to thrive. And finally, global power. Our influence isn't limited to our local communities. We are part of a global network of Black women who are making a difference. By uniting on a global scale, we amplify our voices and our impact. This has been The Awakening, Black Women United. I'm your host, Sherry Danny. Remember to subscribe, like, share, comment, and hit that notification bell so you know every time I upload a new video. Links to our social media listed in the channel bio to Instagram, Facebook, X, Twitter. Stay powerful and stay united. Until next time.
Hello, hello.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right. Do you have a name for your little AI voice that you use?
No,
So she's just
that's my
robotic.
personal business. That's
So
my
she just,
that's my personal business.
so she's just robotic Sherry Danny.
Right. That's my altar. You're trying to get out of my business, Cheeks. How you doing today? How's everybody doing? Please come in when you come in. Please get a stream of thumbs up. Please
Yes, thumbs up.
comment.
This is Ash
And
Cheeks
also,
Wyclef coming
huh?
in. I'm like, this is Ash Cheeks Wyclef coming in. One
And
time. One time.
2 times. How does my mic sound?
You sound good to me.
I
Get
sound
that
good.
mic up. Get that mic up.
I think sometimes I have it too close to my mouth. Uh-oh, that was nasty.
You should, if the mic is supposed to be close to your mouth as possible, but if you're breathing on it really bad, I suggest getting a microphone cover.
Yeah. Okay, so today
Do not pay your next car insurance bill. Repeat, do
You don't
not
have
pay
YouTube
your bill yet.
Premium.
So I found this website and look at the difference.
You don't have
Long form?
YouTube Premium.
No, absolutely not.
If you don't know what OutSchool is, it's
Oh
a
my
global
God,
learning
another
platform that helps
ad.
parents and home educators with kids ages 3 to 18
Hey,
design their
get paid right there. Okay.
Wait.
You ready?
Yeah.
You ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Get it.
Welcome to Tone Tits.
Tone Tits. Welcome to Tone Tits.
Hit it.
Welcome to Tone Tits. Welcome to Tone Tits. Maytag with titties. Woo!
Welcome to Tone Tits. Welcome to Tall Tits.
Welcome to Tone Tits.
My goodness. So today we are reviewing Antonio Moore's disgusting display of Black elitism and his review of Sinners. And he and I had a very spirited back and forth the other day in the comment section. And he called me an idiot. Really now. Sir.
Yeah, that was ridiculous.
Yes, it was absolutely ridiculous.
I did say you had to fight.
He is deplorable. Let me see. I'm trying to pull up um, something real quick. Okay, that's not it. Yeah, he is deplorable. He had nothing but bad things to say about the movie Sinners. Now, don't get me wrong. You know everybody's not gonna like everything, and that's okay. But his explanation for why he didn't like it, what he's attempting to do, is ridiculous. It makes no sense. And it's starting to come off and give the feel that if he or Yvette Carnell is not behind it, then they don't support it. The way
Here's the picture I help you
black
make.
people, the way that they talk, the way that Antonio Moore and Yvette Carnell talk to black people is
It's very
deplorable.
disgusting. Very disgusting, very diabolical, and very sabotage. It feels wrong. Why are you helping to destroy the very people you claim you're supposed to be uplifting and helping them? The whole point of this movement in this organization is to help ADOS or Black Americans get on their feet with financial support that was promised to them, but it was never given to them or stolen to them from the 40 acres and the mule situation, the Freedmen's Bureau, right? Correct?
Yes, reparations,
Okay.
yes.
Yes, the Freedmen's Bureau and stuff that was promised. And why are you tearing down black people? Yvette, why are you coming after Black Girl Magic? Technically, you would be Black Girl Magic. Why are you coming after Essence Fest? Why are you saying harmful and destructive things like, oh, a black man don't need to help a black woman, even if, because he has no community with her? That doesn't matter. If you see an innocent person being attacked, you're supposed to help them. And Miss Moore right here with her double D's, she she shoots down any film she can get her hands on.
Hmm.
Miss Moore here destroyed the Woman King.
Yes,
She was
yes.
just mad that
Put
she
some
ain't no
D's
woman
on it.
king.
Put some D's
Put
on
some
it.
D's
Put
on.
some D's on it.
Fuck a tomato. My shape is a halo. I never dance like Fable, but my whip do leave me when I'm in a ride. He crush his whip because he's so heavy.
Absolutely.
And now he's trying to do the same thing that he did to the Woman King to sinners. And did something very horrible and made me upset with the movie a little bit because he had me thinking that, oh girl, the Afro Brit girl, her people own slaves and stuff. What
Right.
I thought. And it was actually the other woman, this other woman that he pulled from this random article. Her family owned slaves. In fact, her grandfather had slaves. And when he passed away,
Her great
his
grandfather. Her great
great
grandfather.
grandfather, great grandfather. Okay. So when her great grandfather passed away, his servants had to pass away with him, which was
Yeah.
horrible, inhumane. So, but the way he did it in the live stream, he quickly said that this was a different woman. And if you didn't go back and watch it again, you would assume that this is the same woman's family from the movie. This is her
Yeah.
ancestors. And that
Right.
made me mad. I'm like, Ryan Cooglar, I'm upset with you. Why would you pick this woman? This and that. You always doing stuff to smite black people. But then I had to go back and watch the live stream, like, oh, this is a different woman. And the woman in this article happened to have a similar name to the woman that played in the movie. What was her name? What was her character's name? Anne or something?
Annie. Mm-hmm.
Annie. Yeah, so this woman in this article has a similar name to
So
the
wait a
woman that
minute. We got to
plays
go back and
Annie.
give it more context. We have to give it more context. He's upset. Antonio Moore of ADOS, American Descendants of Slavery, is an organization that is supposed to educate Black people and America at large on the nuances of reparations. What is old, how much is old, and why is old. Even though the why should be understood, it's not always understood. That is the point. That is the whole reason why we even know who Antonio Moore is, why we know who Yvette Carnell is. Other than that, we would not know these people, and we would not want to know these people, nor would we care to know these people, right? But they came before us and told us it is important. If we don't fight for reparations in this generation, it may never happen. And the wealth gap. The wealth gap between the descendants of the slaves and the descendants of the slave holders. There's a big wealth gap. And how is that fair? That the descendants of the slaves are worth $1,200 liquid, whereas the descendants of the slave holders have profited off of all of the free labor, and they're worth 400,000. So that's the whole point to these two. And
Exactly.
they're just
And
right. That's
exactly. And they went off course. They got off subject. They got off
yeah,
subject. Stay out of movies and TV shows. Get up and take a tour around these 50 states
right,
and talk to all types of administrators and governors and mayors and aldermans even to help push it, because half of the fucking nation don't know ADOS even fucking exist.
right.
And some of them think it's a new foot fungi.
Oh, we're gonna get to that. Oh, we're gonna get to the foot fungus. But can you see the screen?
Yeah, but it kind of needs to be, I don't know, it's like the aspect ratio.
Let me see. You can see it enough. I'll read it. So this was his response to me. I want to start and go back. So right, so this is the lady that he was talking about. Not Wa Bani Ogogo. She is not related to the young lady who is in the movie Sinners who plays Annie. The young lady who plays Annie in the movie Sinners is of Nigerian ancestry. She's an Afro Brit. He pulled this article from somewhere from West Hale out of his flat, unwashed butt.
He pulled it from the New Yorker because the New
Yeah,
Yorker want
his
to be messy.
flat, unwashed butt. He looks like he doesn't wash his butt and like he has a wide back. He looks like a big back to me. Oh yeah, it's on. It's on. Once I told you I was from Chicago, you should have realized it's on.
It's
It's on and
on.
popping. I don't want all the smoke. I am the smoke.
It's on. I'm on. Give me the Patron.
So I believe this was my first statement to him. You weaponize your education. You are not the only person with advanced degrees. You destroy Black people, such as Viola Davis and the Woman King. This is a great movie. I'm referencing Sinners. So I'm going to read our exchange and then I'm going to go back and I'm going to let you see what he had to say himself in his review. It's deplorable. And I'm going to check. You weaponize your education, and he does. If you go over there and listen to his channel, the way he talks down to Black people, he's going to talk down to Black people in that review. I'm sorry I have to tell you this. I'm sorry I have to talk to you like this. I'm talking to adults. But since you don't get it, right. So, and I've been following him for a while. I am very
Because he
familiar
just
with
chose that random topic that had nothing to do with the girl that plays Annie from Sinners.
nothing at all.
He was trying to call himself slick and use some misinformation because he knew it's really no good reason to hate this movie and to try to bring it down. So if he could slip that in, I think he purposely tried to confuse people because I was confused. He purposely tried to confuse people because both of their names sound very similar.
No, their names are not similar at all. Here's the issue. He went from talking about her and just hopped over into the New Yorker article with no clear transition. And so
To
if you
try to
didn't
confuse
listen,
people.
yes, but he's a lawyer. So he knew by law that would be defamation. So he quickly cleared it up. He quickly clarified and said, this has nothing to do with the young lady in the movie. Then why are we talking about this then?
Exactly.
So this is what I said to him, because he thinks that he walks on cloud nine because he's an attorney. He thinks he's the only one that can read and write in Black America.
When is the last time he practiced law?
He practices law every day. He said he went from being a prosecutor to now a defense attorney.
Well, I don't see him defending nothing. All he does is defend his butt on that couch.
On that couch. On that old couch.
It seems to
So
me
I said,
his real calling in life is being a journalist and a gossiper. He want to be
oh,
the
I
next
know what.
Wendy
Before I
Williams.
forget, I want to say this. Our last stream, a subscriber, what is your channel? I love or I protect all American Black women and girls. You said you was proud of me for going to school. I just want to shout you out, even if you're listening or not listening today. I'm so sorry. I apologize to you that I did not respond in the last stream in real time. And thank you for supporting the channel, and thank you for what you said. That touched my heart. So back to this clown. So anyway, I said to him, you weaponize your education. You are not the only person with advanced degrees. You destroy Black people such as Viola Davis and The Woman King. Sinners, this is a great movie. The Woman King was great and told a story Black Americans needed to see, how Africans participated in the slave trade. You're destructive, jealous, and your chickens will come home to roost. Today is your day of reckoning. I'm your chicken. You went and bought land, because you guys will see later on when I get into his review, he's going to keep talking about how he went and bought this big luxurious land in Mississippi and he got land in the Delta. Because if you're familiar with the movie Sinners, then you know that it takes place
in the Mississippi Delta.
Yes. So I commented on that and I said, you went and bought land in Mississippi. So what? Where's your school in the Delta? And also, if anybody knows this, Mississippi is the poorest state in the Union. And I think next is West Virginia. Mississippi is a predominantly Black state. Most Black Americans never left the South. That's a misnomer. Most Black Americans still live in the South to this day. And the education system in Mississippi is deplorable. I know it used to be when I was growing up, they say they kind of have changed it because it was pejorative. But when you moved from Mississippi to Chicago and went to enroll in public school in Chicago, they automatically put you back a grade or two. So I said to him, you went and bought land in Mississippi. So what? Where is your school in the Delta? Or organization to provide Jackson with water because they have
Exactly.
contaminated. Come on. They have
Exactly. Because you made a
contaminated.
video about a year ago talking about their contaminated water, and it was so sad that the kids had to put a pause on school to go to the truck and get the heavy bottles of water off the truck. Oh, and the kids also had to use the porta potty outside because their
Right.
toilets was just that bad and gross and backed up.
Well, you can't flush the water if you don't have any or if the water pressure is too low. So we watch little kids having to go kindergartners during the pandemic. We know how crucial hot running water was and to stay clean during the pandemic was, the panorama. We
Yep.
know how crucial that was. And our people didn't have any hot running water. Our little babies didn't have any hot running water at school.
He don't care about black people because
Right.
everyone knows that. He don't care. It's just this whole ADOS thing for him is just one big ego trip. It's one big ego booster for him. He don't care about the people, black people, and what they're going through and what they're struggling because he should have been knew that. He should have created some sort of, I don't know, water treatment plant or something, or talk to the people down there. That's what you do. You're an activist. You're supposed to move. You're supposed to get legislation moved.
You're a lawyer.
Exactly. You can sue them for this.
So I said to him, or organization to provide Jackson with water because they have contaminated water when they have water. My grandmother, born in 1919, was a sharecropper from Grenada, Mississippi, and a sharecropper with a second grade education. And she and my grandfather, I got to scroll down, and she and my grandfather moved to Chicago. This is my family in the movie Sinners. You tone are not special. Now you may say, well, the awakening, Black Women United, Sheree and I. This is kind of disrespectful to him. Wait till you see what he said. Wait till you see how he slams this movie, what he says, the what he tries to pull up as proof. It is deplorable. Most of us love the movie Sinners. We're
Yep.
happy. We're celebrating Black excellence. And all he can do, and Yvette Carnell, is find every little negative thing that he
And
can
shit
say
on it. Try to shit on it.
and shitting on it. And half of what he's saying is not even true. So I also said to him, if the entire cast was Black, you would still attempt to slam this movie because you're just
Yep.
miserable.
Yep. You just miserable. You just miserable for no reason. You should want historical movies like this. And like I said, no period piece is 100% accurate. I think we were talking about this yesterday, and I was like, oh, I remember when Django Unchained came out, and there was some things that wasn't historical accurate, like the Ku Klux Klan members. They were not formed back in the 1700s because I think that's when Django takes place is the 1700s.
So
They
I see I didn't get all the screenshots. But anyway, he said to me that I was crazed. And how was some Chinese people who are our enemies, my family? I'm just crazed. And then, so he says that twice. Then he goes on, and you can see this is his reply right here. There's his wrinkled no neck ass. And he said, also idiot, I idiot. So now we name calling. Okay. You jumped out the window, so let's get it. You want to call names? Baby, you're dealing with the best. Also, idiot, I didn't buy land there. It's like seventh generation. Just a made up nonsense typed out. And then he said to me, a vampire movie is your family?
He is so
Okay.
ridiculous.
I'm a Cullen now. Now I'm a Cullen. Okay. Now I'm Laurent. I'm related to Laurent from Twilight. I'm a Cullen.
Well, Laurent wasn't a part of the Cullens.
Right. But I thought he was so smart. Are you trying to be facetious? A vampire movie is my family.
Where it takes place at is historical. If you
Right.
leave the vampire part alone, and Ryan Cooglar did a good job of doing his best to capture that point in time in the Mississippi Delta, because he also talked to that Chinese woman. What's her name? Dolly Lee?
Yes, Dolly Lee.
Dolly Lee is like a documentary maker, filmmaker.
Yeah.
So back in 2017, she made this mini documentary series talking about the Chinese that are in the Mississippi Delta and how they've been there almost 100 years, and how they had 2 grocery stores to serve both white people and black people. And they had that in centers. Because what's the Chinese girl's name?
Grace.
Grace. So Grace, I think Grace worked the black store, the colored store, unfortunately, and her husband worked the white store because this was,
No, her
during
husband worked the black store. You can't say the C word. You
Okay.
can't say the C word on YouTube. Her husband worked.
This is historical. It was called
Yeah, I understand, but you cannot say the C word.
They always trying to destroy history. It happened.
Yeah, well, you can't say it.
What if I say this was colored a certain way? You gonna
Hey!
It was colored red.
Maybe, but I'm just letting you know you cannot say that in reference to our people group. Whether we're a part of that people group or not, you can't say that word.
Okay, so her husband worked the black store and she worked the white store. That still
Yeah.
sounds bad. Because it was Jim Crow, and as we all know, it was the separate but so-called equal shit, and blacks and whites couldn't use the same stores and be in the same spaces too much.
Right. Okay, so I'm going to go to his review now.
That cursor is huge.
I know that that's actually a play, but I'm saying to you today, it's over. And what I'm seeing, sleep in the middle, because this weekend, to me, it wasn't good. It wasn't a good movie. Everybody's gonna have their opinion. This is an opinion show.
Can you see it?
But I challenge everybody to ask, did anybody fall asleep in the middle? Because I'm hearing a lot of people saying
I think you kind of need to make it full
screen. I want to know,
screen.
did you fall asleep in the middle? Because if you did, let's talk about it. So everybody has their opinion about this movie. And what I'm seeing is a lot of groupthink. And when I say groupthink, I'm not hearing people talk beyond not wanting to be truthful about what they felt. And I felt like when I watched it, I didn't think the plot was good. I thought the acting was okay. And then also I just thought overall it was like 2-3 out of 10. I won't never want to see that again. And I say that as somebody who liked the Venus and Serena movie, who who felt like Fences was phenomenal with Denzel, and I know that that's actually a play, but I'm saying to you today, it's okay not to think like the group. And that's part of what I try to give you with this show, just a little bit of heart. And so for me, I read other experts, and again, this is an opinion. You have a right to give your money away as a donation because you feel like it's a representation of Black empowerment. I'm here to pay $55 for a good movie. And to me, it needed a lie because it was scattered. A movie about ownership where Blacks don't own the store. So the Chinese...
What you
Blacks,
said?
Blacks couldn't own the damn store. Oh my God.
Right. 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 While everybody's
This is
talking about, oh,
different from Finch.
I'm ready for segregation to come back. Because we had our own this and our
We
own
didn't
that.
have that. That is so, yeah, the segregation thing, that is so dangerous. That is so dangerous. I've been contemplating off and on leaving this nation because of that. That is so dangerous. You did not own anything. You couldn't eat. You couldn't buy clothes. You couldn't go to a movie. You couldn't go to Six Flags. And if some places did let you go, you had to go at a crazy time through the back door, and they would not clean the pool. So the pool would be nasty when the Black people came in. I wish they would stop saying that.
Who
The
wants
only
to live
way
in an apartheid state? Do you see what the people that live in the land called P are going through? It's an open air prison with checkpoints. And that's what our ancestors lived through during Jim Crow. And yes, we did have some
we
Black
got some
business.
comments. Okay, so we got
Okay.
a person named Spearman, and so they waved. Hey, Spearman. I heard it was a good movie. Haven't watched it yet. You should definitely watch it, Spearman. I don't know why the comments are not showing up in the little scroll right here. They're not showing up on the screen. Cause I had to minimize the live. Okay, so here it is. We can see it. Yep. He's like, I heard it was a good movie. Haven't watched it yet. Yes, definitely watch the movie. It's a good movie. Don't listen to Tone Tits here. Don't listen to Bob from Fight Club.
Don't listen to Bob from Fight Club. He's just a hater. This man is miserable.
His titties hurt. That's what it is.
And if it's not written, produced, and directed with a all Black American descendant of slaves cast, he's gonna knock the movie.
Regardless.
Regardless. So just know that up front. And the things that he says, he weaponizes his law degree. He talks down to everyone as if other people don't have college degrees, such as myself. It's deplorable, and I'm just sick of him. I watched him take, and he did. He's not lying. I watched him take the Woman King down. I watched him use his influence to destroy a Black American woman, Viola Davis. She and her husband took their own money with other investors, of course, but they used their own coins and financed the Woman King, and he destroyed that movie. And actually, he should have let the movie flourish because it is a little known part of history. Maybe some people know now, but a lot of Black Americans did not know. And the Pan Africanists, Black Americans, they don't want to talk about this. They try to minimize it. They try to minimize the African chief's role in the slave trade.
And it's historical. All history must be told.
So
It's
they
been
were
an erasure of history because this is how they were able to get the slaves was through the Africans because the Africans already had plantations. This was not nothing from the Western world. They did not come there and make those plantations in Africa. No, the African chiefs themselves had these plantations already going. I think we had a live stream talking about this, and the Nigerian lady, she went to the African slave museum, and then the tour guide, he was showing her what they did to the slaves. The Africans did to the other Africans.
Yes, and see, what is also not known is that it took them, I think, 50 to 100 years before they were able to even enter into the interior of Africa because the malaria was tearing the Europeans up. The Africans had a defense mechanism built up against the malaria. And I can prove this to you because Black Americans, we still carry that gene. And T-Boz from the group
Sickle
killed
cell.
sickle cell. And you also see that in the series on Netflix, Super Cell. Our ancestors were sold in the beginning. Yes, later on, the Western Europeans, Spain, Portugal, France, England, they came and they started to kidnap people. But in the beginning, they were sold. They were sold. And that's what you see in the Woman King, in the Dahomey tribe. So the Dahomey tribe doesn't exist anymore in the same context that it did 500 years ago. Now it is the nation of Ghana.
Yeah, they just kind of got absorbed.
Yes, they were absorbed. And so he took down the Woman King, and that was so stupid because it fit into his narrative
What
about
that
ADOS.
reparations? This is the whole.
Yes.
Because if he want to, he can sue the Africans too for reparations.
Well, Dennis, what's his name? Spurlock, he has sent a letter to Trump, and that's exactly what he wants Trump to do, is to sign an executive order where Black Americans can sue the sovereign nations of West Africa and Central Africa that participated in the slave trade. Now, I'm not going to get into that. I'm just telling you that, yeah, it's getting hot. That diaspora war is
Yeah.
hot. It's hot. I'm not
Because
going to
once
get
you
into
finally
that.
find out, it's like, wow. Because that
Yeah,
part of history, and the Woman King could have became an interesting film series. It could have been like a nice trilogy talking about what the Dahomies did. And he
yeah.
killed it. And
And he killed it.
Viola,
And he's trying to do the same thing to sinners. And we
sinners.
cannot allow that to happen. I don't believe it's going to happen because everybody, I'm seeing people from Ireland review the movie. I'm seeing Black Americans. I'm seeing Africans review the movie. Man, just the way Ryan shot it in two different formats, the widescreen, the deal that Ryan got is amazing. All of the It's a lot of Black American people in the movie
Oh
that were
my
employed.
God, this boss is whooping my ass.
Here we go. You must forgive her. She's a gamer. But anyway, let me get back to his
Oh,
review.
fuck. I'm sorry.
Cheat, watch it.
On the store, and everybody saying it's because the Chinese own the store, but we didn't understand they wasn't at the juke joint.
Oh, the
They
Dahomey
wasn't at
became
the juke
Benin and
joint. They didn't want
Togo.
nothing to do with us. I'll talk about it later.
Oh, I'm sorry, but the homie became Benin and Togo.
Yeah, because that's what Spearman just said. See?
Oh, okay. Well, thank you. They became Benin and Togo. And we know that a lot of our ancestry in
Hi,
America.
I'm Burke, a small business insurance expert with Byberg.
What's a Byberg?
Byberg isn't a thing. Byberg is.
Don't worry, I'll clear it up. Sinners has plenty of ambition, but its pervasive messiness undercuts the many things it wants to do and say. This is by the Daily Beast. Shay, you're welcome to find other reviews that say other things. I'm in agreement with you. For those people that will look at how Ryan Cooglar did a deal, and this is the article where he gets it back in 25 years. I don't care. This ain't bullets.
Why? What is
This
wrong
ain't
with
corn.
you?
This ain't wheat. This is not politics. This is a commercial enterprise where I'm giving you my money and I expect a good movie.
Wait, he said this ain't corn, this ain't wheat. So that's gonna tie into his whole narrative about he got this magical Mississippi land that he bought. But then he corrected me and said, it's been passed down 7 generations, idiot. But what are you doing with the land? Just a lot of barren land?
Corn. You're not growing the corn. You're not growing the wheat. You're not feeding America.
Are you feeding the Delta?
Yeah, you're not feeding the Delta. They got the blues because they starving.
Come on. He's ridiculous. His arguments make no sense. And I don't want you to defend me. If I need a defense attorney, it won't be you. It shan't be you, sir.
All he gonna do is spill fries and hamburgers on your papers.
Pretty much. Wait a minute. Spearman said the thumbnail. Absolutely. Welcome to Tone Tits. Welcome to Tone Tits.
Welcome to Tone Tits.
In the middle and end. I expect phenomenal acting because you're getting me to leave my house and I already paid $15 for Netflix. And I think for a lot of Black folks that ain't been to Mississippi, and I say that as somebody who owns land where that circle is right now, I own land in Mississippi and I've been there multiple times. I didn't even see no Mississippi in the dialogue and the dialect for me. I think one of the things that has happened.
And now we talked about that. As someone who has grandparents who raised me, who helped raise me from the Delta, from Mississippi. If you can hear my little accent, I'm sure you can hear my accent because my grandmother, Mississippians have a drawl, not a twang.
Yeah.
That especially Black Mississippians have more of a drawl, meaning that even in Chicago, you will hear us say stuff like we always talk about how Brat and Judy talk, how they argue because Judy doesn't like Brat's accent because Brat
be like car and garbage and bah.
So he says he didn't hear Mississippi accent. The South is not a monolith. You will get different accents from state to state. You can even get different accents from county to county.
County, yep.
But I thought he was so smart. My
accent when I speak French is pretty hilarious because I could develop more of the Quebecois accent, and so they kind of like draw out their words.
Yeah. And so please give the stream a thumbs up as you come in. Please comment. We're going to show everybody's comment because this is a roast today. Because this man is attempting to just destroy another Black man, Black men, Black women for no reason. It's an awesome movie. Yes, he can have a dissenting opinion, but it's the things that he says in his dissent that I take issue with. Now, he said he owns land right here in Brooksville, Mississippi. Do you see how close that is to Jackson? It looks like it's about maybe 2 hours away, maybe 3.
Yeah.
Well, Jackson doesn't have any water, and Jackson is the biggest city in Mississippi. So I venture to say that what goes on in Jackson is going on in the rest of the state. What have you done for Mississippi, sir? Nothing. Where is your wheat? Where is your corn that you say that everybody else should have? And we have to talk through his review, or YouTube would give us a strike. Okay?
Yeah, because Tone Tits is just that petty.
I just want to hear what this fool has to say, y'all, and I can't get what the fool said because y'all keep stopping the video. But we have to talk through it.
Happened with Black folk. Let's talk about it. Being Black don't make you an expert on all Black folk. Now, when I'm talking about going there and owning land. Where you talking from? Just because you in the South, the part of the South, or in the Midwest, or you out west that don't make you know that this movie was off.
You're not even in the South. You're in fucking LA.
And he wasn't raised in the South. And when I said to him, this movie is my family, sir, because in the movie, the Smokestack twins, Smoke and Stack, leave Mississippi, leave Clarksdale in the Delta, and they went where? Where did they go, Cheeks?
To Chicago.
To Chicago. This is a movie that is based on blues. What is
It is also based on the Great Black Migration.
Come on.
Where you had a lot of black people from Mississippi, Tennessee, and what's another one? What's another state? Arkansas move up to the north, and they came to Chicago because that was the biggest city that was close to them in the north. And there was a lot of jobs and stuff and opportunities and a little bit more leg room than you got from the South.
And where were they? What was also a driving force in the Great Black Migration?
The guys who wear the hoods.
Yes, Jim Crow.
Yeah, you had. That's what I mean by
violence, brutality.
That's what I mean by leg room. You had a little bit more leg room in the north.
It's an awesome movie, and so there's a scene in the movie. Hopefully, I'm not spoiling this for anybody, but there's a scene in the movie when Sammy, who you see here in the cover art. So Michael B. Jordan is playing Stack and Smoke. Right here, he smoked. And this is a scene after they eliminate the head vampire. So the younger gentleman there is Sammy, his younger cousin, who is the one who's talented and who can sing the blues amazingly and play the guitar. Sammy asked Stack, Smoke's twin brother, in an earlier scene, man, how is Chicago? I want to go to Chicago. And Stack says, Chicago ain't nothing but a Mississippi with tall buildings. Because that was something, and I appreciated that. As a Chicagoan, we still endured prejudice and racism in the North. Let's not act like the North was a heaven when we got here.
It was very prejudiced, and black people could only live in that little thin block. It was crazy.
Yes, black people could only live in 1 square mile from 1906 to about 1965, and it was called the Black Belt, or what is now known as the neighborhood Bronzeville. It was called Bronzeville because we're bronze, and we couldn't live outside of that area. And so that's why when Dr. King came to Chicago in the 60s, he said it was the most segregated city he had ever seen. Because even in the South, as you will see in the movie Sinners, black people and white people interact. They just got a set of understood rules that you don't come over here and you don't go over there. Whereas in Chicago at that time, we had what was called restrictive covenants, and black people literally could not move out of what was then called the Black Belt. So I don't know what tones undergrad was in, but mine was in history, baby. And my family is from the Delta, born in the early 1900s, and came to Chicago in 1956. My family lived in the Black Belt, lived in Bronzeville. So I came to play. I don't know who you thought you was playing with. Let's go.
What year was that in? Can I talk today? I want to get to it. I want to talk about it because for me, I feel like I wasted my money. And for you, you felt like it was an Oscar or some phenomenal moment for you. And that gap is a problem because I cannot tell you much if you couldn't see that was not that good. So we both got opinions. But let's talk about why I got to mine. Okay. So again, I'm saying it to you as somebody that's been to Mississippi. I just want to ask in the chat, how many people, raise your hand, have been to some part of Mississippi? Because the movie was in Mississippi, and we all say we know what the SIP is. Now, I'm not saying I'm an expert, but I am saying that the laws, the Lus or whatever, the Chungs, whatever, them store owners, they wasn't coming to the juke joint. Oh my.
Yes, they
Sinners
did.
movie wasn't good. Be honest. Who else went to sleep? Now, I'm going to tell you, I have talked to 3 to 4 people about this movie, and the one common thread, I asked the black dude in the bathroom, he said, yeah, it's good that Ryan Cooglar did a movie on black people, but I went to sleep in the middle. Talked to somebody else, they said their husband fell asleep in the middle. The person I went with almost fell asleep in the middle. You can't have everybody fall asleep on the movie and you tell me it was a great movie when already I'm watching it with my own eyes and I don't understand what's
They
going
went
on.
to sleep because they work 4 jobs trying to pay their bills.
Come on, tell it.
And you went to sleep because you gossip all night.
Because you're a gossip girl. And the person you went with, who did you go with? Who would actually go out on a date with you?
Exactly.
This is a thing that only a mother could love. Who went out on a date with you? And then he had the nerve to say to me that it's 7th generation. Oh, I guess now he's Black
But he
American.
didn't say that he inherited the land in the fucking live stream. He made it seem like that he went out and purchased this land, probably from all the donation money he has scammed, allegedly.
Yes. You do nothing but sit on that old raggedy couch that I've been watching you sit on for at least 7 years and eat your fat burgers with your LA cap on. And like you said, you're not an expert about Mississippi. Not at all. How often do you go? You don't do anything for the state anyway. So you really don't have to grace Mississippi with your presence. But he says right here that there's no way that the Chinese would have been in Mississippi and going to the juke joint at that time. I'm going to prove that he's a liar. And trying to say that it's boring and people went to sleep. Now, I'm not going to say that that wasn't his experience. That is anecdotal evidence, though. I haven't heard anybody else on YouTube, social media saying that they went to sleep. Matter of fact, I've heard several people say they've seen it 4 and 5 times within 2 weeks. Some within the first week of opening.
That's because y'all
Can I talk
brain is
today?
rotted out. My bad. I
No,
started
go
talking.
ahead.
That's because y'all brain is rotted out. Y'all are not used to sitting down and watching a movie for 2 hours because you be on social media flicking on your phone all day. Movies, ooh, Braveheart is what, 3 hours?
Yes.
And Lord of the Rings, don't even get me started in those movies. The extended edition is 6 hours long.
Yes.
Okay, you can start the video up.
Okay. I want people to understand this again. I'm going to say it again because what's happening with Black entertainment, the Black Decadent Veil, is because we don't own anything in terms of production. We have made this a space where he don't owe me a movie. I owe him a donation.
But he gets to have the movie 25 years after its distribution.
And he got paid up front. That's unheard of.
That's unheard of. A lot of white directors and stuff lose their movies all the time, don't own the rights to them. This was a big step and a big move for the film industry and for a Black director like him. He made history.
Mm-hmm.
This was history in itself.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my goodness. Okay, I'm gonna be quiet now.
He's a clown.
Owe him to donate him to pay for a movie ticket. I do not owe him that, and I can care less. We are in a moment of political calamity unlike anything we've ever seen. I'm saying to you that I need a movie with a beginning, a middle, and an end, not two.
And I don't owe you with my black girl magic ass. I don't owe you and Yvette Carnell with her little blowout, with her press and curl that she went and got for the moment, her little S curl that she did.
Looking like Bruce Willis.
Looking like Bruce Willis back in the day when he had hair for moonlighting. I don't owe you my money for that conference. Who told her to go and charge $250,000 for a conference, and then you want us to pay for it on the back end?
She got the Beyonce syndrome. She
Yes,
had caught the Beyonce syndrome. I'm not gonna pay $300 to go see you talk when I can see you talk at home for free.
But wait a minute, you said we got a wealth gap and we are in dire need of our reparations. So the two don't add up. She could have did a Zoom call.
Exactly. I guess the only perk in DLC that we got is to see her hair actually combed.
Right. See her hair combed.
Two endings that don't connect to the middle. Okay. I want to talk. Somebody said they own land in Greenwood, Mississippi. Somebody told me to read the room. I said, I make the room, so I don't need to read rooms. I write on the wall.
Some gibberish. You write on the wall like a toddler.
I'm here for it. I'm going to say the quiet part out loud that your friend that got quiet, that got in the car because they went to sleep, didn't tell you because they didn't want to deal with your mess because you're an actor or an actress that need this to work. I'm going to slow it down. I pay my money for an overpriced ticket.
I pay my money.
And I need a movie back.
Oh, he sounds so
I do that
fresh
with
when he
food,
said
and
that.
I can critique the food and say the food. But somehow here, because this is where Black power is for the actors and the actresses and the Pan-Africanists, we can't say nothing. I'm here to tell you, all y'all can say something because you spent $28 on the ticket. The $28 for the IMAX ticket. Sometimes people don't understand what they talking about when they talking about it to somebody that do and don't know that they got to know more to have a conversation. Sinners made 65% of its $90 million budget in 48 hours. Okay. Well, we're going to throw that around. It's sold out in the ATL. Look at the tickets. When I looked at the tickets in the ATL, it was sold out in the ATL. Did everybody see that? And the seats was just filled up for the 720 show at 4 o'clock. I'm here to walk you down a couple of lessons. I'm going to talk to you about movie profitability. I'm going to talk to you about the loons and the Chinese in Mississippi. I'm going to talk to you about Nigerians being casted as ADOS and ADOS film.
$233. That's what my car insurance wanted to charge me a month. No way was I going to let them do that. Instead, I got to quote.
When ADOS can't play ADOS films, American Descendants of Slavery. But let's start off with this profitability, because what is happening is that a lot of y'all are just coming in and rambling, then asking somebody else to help you understand what the ramble was about. I'll explain. Studios aim for a significant profit beyond breaking even. A movie with a $100 million budget might need to make $300 million or more to be considered a success. Again, just to be clear, like I optioned the rights to Freeway Rick Story multiple times. I did line items with Nick Cassavetes because we were thinking of having him direct, who did Blow. I was nominated for an Emmy on the documentary, but I'm not an expert, but you are. But what I am saying to you is,
now you see right there how he weaponizes his education and his experiences. I'm not an expert, but you are.
Expert of what? You barely practice law.
An expert at big baggy nasty t-shirts, an expert at man that still sits up here and wears baseball caps. He doesn't play little league. He doesn't play t-ball. He's an expert at having a wrinkled, no neck body. He's an expert at having a beard and a mustache that don't connect. He's an expert at having taco meat all over his face. He's an expert at looking like a wrinkled turtle from the Shedd Aquarium in Chicago. He is an expert at being a fool that tries to tear down Black Americans. He speaks with a forked tongue. And the same breath that he says he's fighting for Black Americans, for descendants of slavery, for us to be repaired financially, which will not repair us emotionally. But he says he's an expert in that. But at the same time, he tells you that you don't have the qualifications to tell him anything. I disagree. You know, a drug addict can drop jewels sometimes. I'm not going to say you have to listen to every part of their life, and we know that they live a destructive life, but they could tell you something that you need to know that day. But he's an expert. He's a clown. He's an expert, and he and Yvette are experts are trying to get that cash out and those donations. At least he got a job. She don't have a job. She pays her light bill, water bill, and gas bill from Patreon. You're experts in that.
As a person that is a layman, not an expert, is that the movie was made for $90 million. Okay. And that the numbers say that then it has to make really not 300 million, probably more like 360, 370 to break even. Black films don't do well outside of the domestic market, so it will have to do all of that here, bar few bounce. I'm walking this down because I need you guys to understand the specifics of this. People are debating, theorizing, podcasting, arguing over an original Black horror movie that is #1 at the box office, and my favorite IMAX screen is nearly sold out. It's important to tell everybody everything, though. Yes, it's true that the number of IMAX screens for movie centers is limited. So if there's only 8 or 10 or so screens, and yours is sold out, but you didn't tell the people when you put your tweet up, you ain't telling them the whole story, but I'm going to show you the whole story. I did it with Woman King. I'm going to do it here because it's important, because I'm going to get to why this movie has a problem.
Yep, you did it with Woman King. Yep.
You caught that?
I caught that.
I did it to the movie Woman King, and I'm going to do it here. See, I'm proving
in his dark ass house. He don't open the blinds in his house and go touch some damn grass. Look how dark his house is.
Because he has a dark soul. And the movie has to make $360 million domestically because Black films don't do well worldwide. Yes, that used to be the truth to a degree. But tell me that Denzel Washington movies didn't sell all around the world, because they did. You can't tell me that Will Smith movies didn't sell all around the world because
everybody
they
loves
did.
Men in Black and stuff in Independence Day.
Right. In Russia, in China. So the fact that there are the Choctaw, the American Indians, the indigenous of America, they're in centers. The Chinese, they're in centers. Oh, we have a Nigerian actress in centers. So, the head vampire, Remick, is Irish. So the UK is a developed first world nation. And who's in the UK, Cheeks?
Afro Brits. Irish,
No,
Scottish,
tell me the
Welsh.
four nations that make up the United Kingdom.
So it's England, Wales, Scotland, and Northern Ireland.
Oh my goodness, the Irish are a part of the UK.
Northern Ireland is.
Northern Ireland. And then what about the Republic of Ireland? They didn't
No,
go
they're
see a
not.
movie.
Well,
No,
yes,
right,
they
right. They're
did.
not a part of
Of
the
course they
UK.
did. It was
But
jumping in Dublin
it's jumping in Dublin.
because it talks about their story too. Because Remick is not just some running the mill enemy villain. He's a villain that has a backstory that's very painful and sad. And he's a part of when the English colonized Ireland and made the Irish slaves for 800, no, not eight, yeah, 800 years,
100 years.
and how they were taken over by Christianity. He was like, I like that song. It reminds me of home. That was
So
very deep and touching.
Scottish, say that again. Say it again.
That was very deep. Remick's character is very deep and touching to the Irish people. And I have Irish ancestry.
Yes, you do.
So it's very deep. The movie is very well written all around. It's very deep. It's something for everyone.
It's something for everyone, and it's
Because
actually
whether black Americans like it or not, we have a very cultural diverse story. America is a diverse country. A lot of people helped to form this nation, and our stories intertwine with each other.
and our bloodline.
And our bloodlines intertwine with each other. There's some black Americans that have Chinese ancestry and have Filipino ancestry.
Yes. And it's from back in the day. Like Oprah Winfrey, I believe she's from Mississippi. She has more Chinese than European. I believe because I did another diaspora video and I pulled all of those records. I believe it said, without looking at the video again, I believe it said that Oprah Winfrey was like 15 or 23% Chinese.
Mm-hmm.
Wanda Sykes is like 4 or 6% Filipino. Because what you have to understand is that before the Chinese came into the Delta, the Filipinos was brought in first from Spain. The Spanish brought the Filipinos in, and then they left. Again, he's not a historian. So Booker T. Washington in the 1880s is talking about this because when the slaves was freed, the South had a what? An attitude. The South had an attitude, but the crop still needed to be harvested, to be planted and harvested. So the North, so Booker T. Washington with the his speech is famous. It's called the Atlanta Compromise. That's just the nickname of it though. It was a cotton acquisition. I believe it's 1882 or 1888. And so the northerners, he's trying to bring in northern investors, white men, I'm just going to be clear, white men, rich white men from the north to invest into the south. Because what happens in the south after the Civil War? It's destroyed.
Yep.
And so now they want to bring in immigrants, and they're bringing in immigrants slowly to replace the slaves. What happens is the immigrants find out quickly how hard their work is, and they don't want to do it. The Filipinos left. Then the Chinese came in because I believe at that time in the late 1800s, early 1900s, they were going through a cholera and dysentery outbreak in China. And so they came to the United States to escape that epidemic and began to work here. Also, we also noticed some of the Chinese came in and they did assist the black men who won the chain gang and building the railroad. So we're also dealing with the backdrops from the late 1800s to the early 1900s of industrialization in the United States on the heels of the Civil War and going into what? By the time we get to Sinners with Smoke and Stack, the
This one needs
backdrop,
the damn Joy-Cons. Sorry.
chick phrase, the backdrop is the Depression.
Yep.
And so now when Black Americans are taking their 23andMe and they're saying like, I'm 10% Filipino. Where did this come from? I'm 23% Chinese. What?
Someone had a fun time that night.
Hey, it was a good time. And this is how that happened. You fall in love with people you are in proximity with. He's a clown and a fool.
3 niche groups, in my view, 3 are driving all the discussion, repeating the sinners was good in an echo chamber. The 3 groups are, what are the 3 groups, Tom? I got them on the screen. I'm gonna let you read what the 3 groups were.
So he says there are 3 groups of people that are saying the sinners is good when in his estimation it's horrible. So the 3 groups are: number 1, actors and filmmakers that need this film to work for their own projects. 2, Africans and Pan-Africanists. 3, pseudo-intellectual Black folks that don't grasp history matters. They don't grasp it should say they don't grasp historical matters. Get your English together, boy. It's your mother tongue. Together, son. It's your mother tongue. And as an attorney, please, I don't want you to have to write the brief up for me and get me 15 years in the pokey because you didn't properly write the brief because your grammar is subpar. You might need to go check your degrees and those student loans you got, sir. And while you were sitting up here talking about all this 7th generational land you got, you sat up here and said that your mama never owned a house, died in the apartment, and when you went through her pockets, all she left you was some payday loan clips. Not to knock your mama really don't have anything to do with this smoke.
But he mentioned her. And now all of a sudden he got this land that he inherited.
Oh, come on, right. Now all of a sudden he is the Prince of Zamunda. He is the prince of the Black American LA ghetto by way of Mississippi. With his wrinkled t-shirt. I hope it's made out of cotton since you're from Mississippi, boy.
Ooh. Ooh.
Look like it's made out of rayon. And you look like you too thick to put on something made out of rayon because it doesn't breathe. And it looks like you sweat a lot. Look like it gets a little funky. You need some cotton in your life.
Now I knew this would get people lit up because I knew that y'all need something to go see, and this was that something, and I'm telling you that something was nothing. And if you didn't know it was nothing, it's a problem. Golly, he gonna say it like that. But there's 3 groups that are saying this was good, and it ain't about a movie. It's the actors and filmmakers that need this film to work for their own projects. It's the Africans and Pan-Africanists. And it's the pseudo-intellectual Black folks that don't grasp that history matters. So you got a movie, you put it on the board, and it's historically inaccurate. God. But then everybody says it was a vampire movie, so it don't have to have history be accurate. Ain't that something? That's a Mida like circle right there.
Okay, wait. I want everybody to bookmark that part because I'm going to come back to his review. He said Sinners is not historically accurate. Sinners is not historically accurate. Okay, hold on. I'm going to prove that it is. I'm going to prove right now that Sinners is historically accurate.
Or something, but ADOS doesn't.
I don't want to show this one just yet. No, that's gonna be the knockout. Wait a minute. Where am I at? Because he says Sinners is not historically accurate.
Totally. But what?
Take your business from launch to legendary with Shopify. Sell more with the world's best converting checkout and turn analytics.
In the first part of this series, we learned about how San Francisco's Chinese fought exclusion. In this part, we'll visit the Mississippi Delta, where a Chinese community has played an unexpectedly important role. The Mississippi Delta, home of the blues, endless fields of green, and a land cultivated by the hands of slaves. But in between, for more than 100 years, the Delta has also been home to a small but influential Chinese community that's been navigating an identity that's both American.
Okay, so I need you to highlight this person. Muck Muck. Okay. I like the movie personally, but I wasn't feeling the Asian characters or the scene that tried to connect the music from the past and future. That scene was cringe as hell.
Oh, okay. So Muck, let's deal with that. I'm not saying that everybody's gonna like this film. I'm not saying that everyone is going to like every scene or every aspect of the film. And you have a right to have a dissenting opinion. I'm attacking Antonio more because he attacks every Black American thing we put out while he says he's my friend. You cannot piss on my head and tell me that it's raining. I've watched him do this several times, and he does speak to what you're talking about. He wasn't feeling the Asian characters in the scene. Okay, that's the video that I'm showing right now to show and prove. Because, see, it's not about what you say, it's about what you can prove. That the Asians had a bigger part in the Delta than a lot of people knew. When we think of the Mississippi Delta, we only think of Black, white, segregation, slavery, and cotton. But there was something, a little known piece of history that was missing. Now, you didn't like the scene that connected the music from the past, the future, and the present. You said it was cringe. Okay. To me, the point of that scene was to show how Black Americans, how our music, how our art forms were shaped by our experiences here in the United States and the ethnogenesis that we had here in the United States beginning in around 1526 to 1619, before this land was even called the United States. Many Africans were taken and brought here from Saint Domingue, from Africa, the continent, from Haiti. They were brought here because Haiti didn't even really exist. We have to understand we didn't have these ethnicities at this time. They were lumping all of these people of African descent together and sending them to different ports and parts of the world for the transatlantic slave trade to pick and grow, whether that was sugar, tobacco, cotton, or rice. Okay?
Ooh. Okay, so let me see. George Freeman said, "How was that cringe, bro?" George Freeman, it was corny as hell, and it went on for too long.
It was corny and it went on for too long. Okay, I can
Okay,
take
so
that.
George said, "Dude, that was the best part because rap was influenced by blues and R&B."
That's the point, Muck Muck. That was the point. I understand you don't like the scene. I get it. But the point is to show the continuum from the slave haulers that my ancestors had in those fields.
Okay, so Muck Muck said, "I get what he was trying to
Mm-hmm.
do, sister. I just think it could have been done a better way, more subtle."
More subtle. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I got you. Well, let's watch this little short clip, Muck Muck, and see if you still feel the same way about the Chinese presence in the movie centers.
And Chinese.
I'm gonna go back if some things got lost.
In the first part of this series, we learned about how San Francisco's Chinese fought exclusion. In this part, we'll visit the Mississippi Delta, where a Chinese community has played an unexpectedly important role. The Mississippi Delta, home of the blues, endless fields of green, and a land cultivated by the hands of slaves. But in between, for more than 100 years, the Delta has also been home to a small but influential Chinese community that's been navigating an identity that's both American and Chinese.
Honey, I'm gonna run in and get the corn. We need to start all that. Let me get that.
This is Sally and Gilroy Chow, and this is their 46-year-old walk. We heard about these dinner parties they throw to get together with friends and eat Southern-style Chinese food, like fried rice with lots of bacon. So we decide to go meet them and find out how their families ended up in the Delta.
This is a store that I grew up in many, many years ago. We lived in the back of the store before we bought another house.
Like most of the Delta Chinese of the time, Sally's parents opened and ran a grocery store. The Chinese originally came here to work in the cotton fields. With the end of slavery, plantation owners could no longer depend on the free labor of slaves. So they looked to the Chinese, who were cheap, disposable, and politically voiceless. But with harsh conditions and little pay.
No, they could no longer depend on the labor of the amalgamated Africans. And I say amalgamated because at that point, a lot of us had a lot of stuff in us: American Indian, African, French, English, Scottish, and Irish, and Chinese and Filipino now. And they could no longer depend on our ancestors' labor because our ancestors said, boy, take that and shove it. We're done.
Working in the fields didn't last long. They soon started opening grocery stores who were cheap, disposable, and politically voiceless. But with harsh conditions and little pay, working in the fields didn't last long. They soon started opening grocery stores in small towns up and down the Delta.
I mean, it was a phenomenon. When I think about how the Chinese came and just settled in the Delta from Memphis to Vicksburg, I mean, just look at it. It really filled a particular need because nobody else wanted to do it.
These stores played a uniquely important role in the segregated South, serving the Black community when the white community wouldn't. And this was significant because it meant more than 70% of the population got their groceries and everyday goods from a tiny Chinese community. Frida's family store in Minsang started out in the 1930s as two different buildings across the street from each other, one serving Black people, the other serving white people. Neither Black nor white, the Chinese community found themselves in the middle.
Now, they served the Black community and the white community. Picking cotton was too rough for them, and the little bit of pay. So if segregation was so good for us and we had all of these thriving businesses, where is it at in Mississippi? One thing you got to understand, if we tried to open a business, it was burned down by the whites.
Tulsa, Oklahoma.
Rosewood.
Mm-hmm.
Wilmington.
Yep.
We had
You ever heard that song, You Dropped a Bomb on Me?
Come on.
Yeah, that's what he was talking about. He's from that. He's from Tulsa, Oklahoma.
That's why the name of the band is the Gap Band for Greenwood and Pine. That was the
Okay, so
main.
Muck Muck came back and he said, "Does this documentary go into how the Asians in the South fought to be considered white? They didn't want to send their kids to school with black children."
Right. Okay, Muck Muck. I get all of that, and it's true. That's true. But what you see in the movie Sinners is the wife is she's suspect of smoke. I don't think she particularly cares for smoke and Stack, but in the scene it's not Stack. It's just Smoke that comes into the black only store. And their daughter, their 16-year-old daughter, is standing in the doorway and she gives Smoke a nasty look. So I feel that Ryan did a good job of showing that relations were not, they were nuanced between the black community and the Chinese Americans that were in the Delta. It wasn't always just friendship and camaraderie.
It was
This was
very nuanced.
right. It was nuanced. This was a business arrangement. Black people couldn't own anything without getting it burned down and shut out. But the Asians, not being black or white, were able to navigate both sides and do what? Make money. And if you think about what's going on in Black American communities to this day, where we don't own the stores in our community, I feel that this movie gives you a good historical perspective as to why. But it's only 2 hours long, and the movie it takes part in multiple genres and puts them
And it's a
together. It's not,
horror movie.
yes,
At the end of the day, it's the horror movie, so it has to get to the guts being shredded and stuff and the vampire eating them.
right, right. So we're not negating that there have been some horrible tensions between the Asian community and the Black American community. Number one, the Black American community feeling that we have been shut out of economic growth. That is not a lie. While immigrants have been allowed to come in and flourish in our community, taking the economic wealth out of our community. And continue to watch the documentary and you will see some of that.
It was like a 3-lane road. There were the whites and the blacks and the Chinese. We all stayed in our lanes and we were fine until we crossed over.
The Chinese grocers depended on the Black community for business and also served them in very practical ways. Like when Jean's father's customers couldn't pay for their groceries right away, he let them use credit.
People didn't have that much cash, and so he would have credit, and they would come in 1 week, pay a little bit on their bill, and take out more. And that was just kind of how they survived.
This kind of trust was essential because of the economic burden non-whites faced. Where Jean grew up, the median annual income for whites was just over $4,000, more than 4 times the median income of non-whites. Over dinner, Sally and Gilroy's friends.
I also want to make this point. I don't want it to be lost on anyone watching this, that did you catch the part when did the Chinese begin to come into the Delta? In the 1930s. When does Sinners take place? 1932.
1930. Mm-hmm.
Friends had plenty of grocery store memories to share with me.
What was the worst?
The mopping the floor.
On Saturday night.
That was a unanimous.
When you were old enough to be able to see over the counter, many of us started working in the store. It was just expected of us.
Living and working alongside our mom and dad was 7 days a week, morning until night. I mean, even Christmas Day. They open 365 days a year.
You know, there's one thing I didn't even realize. During the Exclusion Act, the Chinese were not allowed to own property, so they lived in the back of their stores.
Even when exclusion ended in 1943, many families couldn't afford to buy a new home.
We lived behind the grocery store, one big room divided into two rooms.
So what about the fact that they gave the black people credit when the black people didn't have money? You have to also understand that this is set in the backdrop of the Great Depression. The stock market crashes in 1929. This is when the Great Depression begins. 25% of all of the United States is unemployed across all racial lines. And so to Muck's point about the Chinese didn't want to go to school with black people, well, who wants to come here and be black? Let's just have real talk.
Yeah, everybody did what they could to try to get away from being black. You had black people who got away from being black due to passing. If you could pass good enough, you could be considered white. And this is how a lot of white people, white presenting people have black ancestry because they were able to pass and they married someone white to further the European genes so they wouldn't have to deal with the black struggle no more.
Right. Hurt people hurt people. Nobody wants to come here and be black. And to your point, some black people or who were half black, they didn't want to be black. And we also see that in the movie Sinners when Mary, who is played by the white young lady, says that her grandfather was half black. Now, I presume that he married and had a child with an all-white woman because she phenotypically presents as white. So no, the Chinese did not want to go to school with black children, and they didn't want that pressure. Who wants extra pressure? Let's just keep it real. Who wants extra pressure? So they walked a fine line. They helped the black people by providing them with food, goods, and services. But did they want to take on all of their struggles? No. And you also going to see that in the movie Sinners, because when they get to the part at the juke joint and it starts to get kind of hairy, the Chinese lady says to her husband, "Hey, Bo, go get the car. Let's go. We came here to cook food. We did not come here to die with them or get all wrapped up in their situation." So that's just like for us as Black Americans. Right now, it's a lot of turmoil going on in the United States. People are being deported. Are we trying to get wrapped up in the immigrant situation? We're like, no, we got the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendment, honey. We had an ethnogenesis here. This is our land. I don't care what Trump is saying. That's like a you problem. I'm staying at home.
Because people scatter when stuff happens.
Self-preservation is the first law of nature.
Didn't know anything else, so we thought it was kind of fun. But, you know, as we went to school and realized people had homes, we thought, well, that's different.
When it came time for Frida to go to school, it was the first year that the town she lived in, Greenville, allowed Chinese children to go to white public schools.
Prior to that, all of the Chinese children had to attend this one-room schoolhouse.
Some of these schoolhouses were built by the Southern Baptist Church, which remained a big part of Delta Chinese life.
Lord, we just ask for blessings on this food, bless the hands prepared it.
Even with their busy lives between the store and family, the Chinese still found time to get together for celebrations, dances, and of course, food.
There was a definite camaraderie with the kids in the Delta. It could be a birthday party or a wedding, whatever. They would have dance.
We all just loved getting together, and the food was always phenomenal.
Here we are. We're all lonely in the grocery store, and there is absolutely nothing to look forward to. And so you can imagine that.
Now listen to this older Chinese lady's accent. If you closed your eyes, you would thought you were listening to a Southern white woman.
Yeah.
That's more of the Mississippi, or especially white Mississippi accent. They don't have a twang. They have a drawl, meaning that we draw our words out.
I mean, here was something, a social event that the Chinese could really look forward to.
For many years, the community thrived in the Delta. But over time, as more farm jobs were lost to machines, unemployment increased, and so did poverty and drug use. Chinese-owned grocery stores became easy targets.
My brothers, I mean, they have been victims of 2 armed robberies within the last few years. Luckily, they have survived. We just don't even want to. We just don't even want to think about it.
Today, most of the Chinese grocery stores are closed.
So let's think about that. Who probably robbed them? Probably black men robbed them. She says, as drug use increased and poverty became deeper, unemployment grew. This is how the Delta looks. This is how.
Oh, okay. So Muck Muck came back. I'm sorry, I was playing the game.
That's okay.
My point is that the character wouldn't have been there in real life. It gives our people the false propaganda that these people are potential allies, which is a lie. These people are enemies. The South and Jim Crow and slavery was such a nuanced situation across all racial lines. You had black and white love stories and stuff that happened in Jim Crow. And then you had the abuse, you had the riots, you had the mob action, you had the people wearing the sheets and stuff. So it's just a very nuanced story. And the false propaganda that these people are potential allies, what the movie is trying to do is to tell a message, and it's also trying to heal wounds. We're trying to heal and get over this point in history and move on as Americans and as people, so we can learn to have peace on this planet and on this country. If we keep fighting about stuff, we're going to destroy ourselves and the country. So we have to learn to forgive and let go, but never forget the history. So that's all I wanted to say to this comment.
The Asians would have. It's historically based, but it is a fictional work. Would the Asians have been there? I can't say that the Asians would or would not have been at the juke joint. It could go either way, honestly, because Smoke, Stack, and the Asian husband, Bo, they grew up together. And so that needs to be addressed, that they did grow up together. So I can't say that the Asians would not have been at the juke joint that night. But Ryan Cooglar also shows in the movie where who lets the vampires in? The Asian woman.
Yep.
So who got everybody eating at the end? The Asian woman and the white woman who was part black.
Yeah. Okay, so Spearman said the facilitators and fixers of white supremacy, just like the Indians did through the British Empire, African and Caribbean.
Okay, Spearman, let me reread your comment because right now I don't fully understand what you're trying to convey. The facilitators and fixers. So the facilitators, the white supremacists are the facilitators of white supremacy. And the fixers of white supremacy would be who? Liberal whites, the Chinese, you said just like the Indians through the British Empire. Africa, and Caribbean. Okay, Spearman, please leave another comment and clarify this one for me. What I would say to what I think you're saying right now is,
Okay, he said it's the Chinese.
okay, the Chinese are the facilitators and fixers of white supremacy. The link is in the description box. You can please come up. I'll let you up and you can explain yourself if you want to.
Okay, so Muck Muck said he's trying to say that the Asians played some role in the US that the East Indians did in Africa and the Caribbean.
Yes, I agree. I agree with you. I get what you're saying now. What we're talking about is a buffer class. So what you have to understand is, and I can speak more to it in the American dichotomy because I'm American and I'm a descendant of slaves and sharecroppers. So white supremacists can no longer be openly white supremacists, right? Quote unquote, supposedly, after the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendment. And so they're still mad at Black Americans because what do they want? What does the South want? The South wants slavery in perpetuity to 2025, period. But they can't have it, right? Because they was put down and got a boot put on them by the North. Okay. So now what they do is they play this psychological game. They bring in other people. For whatever reason, those people are going through a destabilization in their homeland, be it the potato famine, which the British caused that. They killed the crops, they killed the potato crops in Ireland, they starved the Irish out. Whether it's the Indians have been transported all over the world. They've been transported to Jamaica, they've been transported to Uganda and Africa, they've been transported to South Africa. And even I think you could see it better in what's going on with the South Americans coming into the United States illegally through the southern border. Here in Chicago, if you notice, the Black Americans from Chicago pushed back greatly against the illegal immigration from South America. Because what did they say? The South Americans can come in, they're going to take our jobs, because whereas we as Black Americans, we want $20, $25 an hour, the South Americans will work for $7.50 an hour, 7 days a week, and they won't complain because their quality of life is worse in Venezuela, Guatemala, Chile, Uruguay, Paraguay versus the United States. So now white supremacy, it never left, it just changed its mag, it changed forms. So they use immigrants as a buffer class. We're having a fight, okay? The fight never stopped. The Civil War didn't never really stop between Black Americans and white Americans, right? White supremacists, I should say, in the system of white supremacy. So I'm trying to fight white supremacists and I'm throwing my fist. But they put the Indians and the Chinese and the Filipinos and the South Americans in between me and them. So I can't really get to him because I got all these people between me and him. So he gets to step back and laugh and say, ha, 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 I didn't do anything to you. What do you mean you don't have stores in your neighborhood? What do you mean you don't have any economic growth? I'm not there. I didn't do anything to you. He gets to throw a rock and hide his hand. So I totally get that point. They are used as a buffer class. Okay? So I hope that I'm showing that I totally understand what you're saying. I feel you, but your anger is misdirected. You're angry at the Indians, you're angry at the South Americans, you're angry at the Chinese. Your anger needs to be directed back to the white supremacists. Because
because hurt people hurt people.
That it's the white supremacists that's playing us all against each other. Now, that being said, Are Black people entitled to have stores in their own communities? Yes. But when we're fighting, what are we fighting for? Every 20 years, we have a tantrum. Rightly so. We have a tantrum, though. We burn this nation down, whether it's Trayvon Martin, whether it's George Floyd, whether it's Rodney King. Every 20 years, we go through this. We burn the whole country down. Then we sit back in the rubble. We go to sleep. We wake up. The AutoZone is burnt down. The Forever 21 is burnt down. The whatever else. What else can I think of? The Wendy's is gone. The Walgreens is gone. The
Yeah.
CVS is gone. It's all burned down. And our neighborhoods are not rebuilt. But when we have the attention of the world, like George Floyd, what did we fight for? And it still didn't happen. The George Floyd Policing Act, it's just sitting on some congressperson's desk. It hasn't moved. Did we fight for economics during George Floyd? No, we just set the nation on fire, literally. Did we get back to talking about our schools? Did we talk about how our Black children and our Black boys in particular, they're 14, 15, 16 years old and they're reading on a second grade level in 2025? Did we bring that to the forefront? Did we talk about drug addiction amongst Black people because George Floyd was a drug addict? Did we say we want money put into our communities for drug addiction? We want the decriminalization for addicts. That's what I'm talking about. We don't stay focused when we have these big events and the whole world is watching. Those are our times to push for what we need. Are we talking about abandoned homes? How we should be giving these homes? How we should be giving money to rehab the homes? No, we don't. And then we take our anger out on Chinese, Indians, Caribbeans, Africans. They're coming here to try to have a better life. And unfortunately for us as Black people, it is our country, but we do not make the rules, policies, and regulations for this nation. Mostly white men do. Do we push our lawmakers? Do you know who your alder is or your council person in your city? Do you write your governor? Have you been to your state capital? Are we talking about poverty, domestic violence, whatever our issues are? These people are not kings and queens. They work for us. This is supposed to be a government of the people.
Okay, so
By the
Spearman said not angry, just stating that need to be mentioned.
Okay, I take that, Spearman. I'm not angry either. I may talk with passion, but I'm not angry.
She's
I'm
very
not angry.
passionate.
Not angry, muck. I thank you for commenting. I thank you for participating in the stream. We are all learning together. And like I said, the link is in the description box. If you want to come up and voice your opinion, you are more than
come up to
welcome
the panel.
Yes. And I'm glad you're not angry, because let me tell you something. Anger as a vibration and an emotion, it can be the basis of something that drives you to be proactive, but anger inside only eventually eats you and harms you. We got to look at and say, see how I analyze that? Okay, that's a buffer class. They're putting a buffer between me and him. I need to get to him. I'm going to move you out the way. Fuck what you got going on. Fuck what you talking about. Boom. One thing we can do if we don't like Asians, Indians, South Americans in our neighborhoods, don't buy from them. As Black Americans now, we have a $1.9 trillion economy. If we were our own nation, we would be the 20th richest nation on the planet. The UK itself, it has 4 countries that make up the UK. The last time I looked, about 2 years ago, Their GDP is only 2.3 trillion a year. Mexico's GDP is 2.9 trillion. As Black Americans, we have 1.9 trillion. We got to figure out how to galvanize our money again together.
Okay, Muck Muck came back. I wish I could because this is an important discussion that needs to be had. Unfortunately, I'm at work, so he can't come up on the panel.
Okay, Muck Muck, I got you. It is a very important discussion, and I greatly appreciate your input. And one day, maybe we will have a live stream that you can participate in, and and we can have this discussion because I don't know it all. I don't know everything, and I don't have all the answers. And so I can learn from you. You can learn from me, and that's the difference that I'm saying about Antonio Moore. Currently, I am getting my master's degree in international relations. My bachelor's degree is in history, U.S. history in particular, with a minor in global studies. After that, I'm going to get my PhD in public policy / public administration with a certification in project management. So I'm saying all that to say that I have, and I always say I'm from the south side of Chicago, from Inglewood. When George Floyd had the $20, I come from the home of the fake money, okay, and all kind of other things. I remember when people were using their food stamps to buy Pampers and dish liquid. And so I have a street education and I have an academic education. But because my family were slaves and sharecroppers, I have never forgotten that. From down in Mississippi. My grandmother had a second grade education. Her father pulled her out school when she was 7 years old and made her hit the field and pick cotton. And when I was about 10 years old, one of her friends was sick. And so she left Chicago and went back down to Mississippi with some of her church sisters and stuff. And when she came home, she sat myself and my cousins around her feet. And she said she had a cotton stalk. And she said, I want to show y'all what grandmama used to pick. So I am greatly in touch with and proud of who I am. And that's why I always say I am my ancestors' wildest dreams, because my grandmother is my ancestor. She has passed on now. And she was born in 1919. Her husband, my grandfather, was born in 1905. Yeah, they had a nice little age gap. And they had 11 children. My mom was number 10. So that's how someone my age has a grandmother, not great-grandmother, a grandmother who was born in 1919, because it was so many children and my mom was at the bottom, or we would say in the South, or the tail end. She was at the tail end of the kids, okay? Just to give you a little bit of background about myself, but I don't like when people use their education to knock other Black people upside the head. Now, I do understand that sometimes there's some conversations or some things you're not qualified to speak on. And let me tell you something. I'm qualified to speak on history. I'm qualified to speak on international relations and public policy. I'm not qualified. If you need open heart surgery, baby, you don't want me, you're not going to make it. Okay? I'm not qualified to do that. So it's okay to say when you're not qualified. But it's also very Black, college, educated elitism to constantly, as Antonia Moore does, to constantly tell Black people, you're not qualified. You're a layman. I'm telling you, I'm bigger than you. I'm better than you. When was he giving out food? When did he turn? ADOS is an organization. They don't have a food pantry in LA. They don't give out clothes. They don't give out shoes. They don't give out food. Jackson don't have any water. Even Judge Mathis is from Michigan, and Flint still has contaminated water to this day. He has an organization to help provide them with clean water. Do you know how expensive it gets to have to buy water every day? These are also things that we could have been talking about during George Floyd, during Trayvon Martin, during Eric Garner, during Philando Castile, during Breonna Taylor. Say their name.
The end of the Exclusion Act brought new work opportunities, and the original grocers fulfilled their duty of working every day of the year to send their kids off to college. Many of their children grew up to be pharmacists. Some served in the military, like Sally's brother Audric, and Gilroy worked on multiple Apollo missions for NASA. But even though they've been here for so long, the Delta Chinese are still often seen as outsiders.
I had an occasion to where I was walking into an office building and some dear little lady said, "Honey," she says, "are you ornamental?" And I didn't quite know how to answer her. I said, "Sometimes."
It happens to me all the time. You know, like, how long you been here? Or who taught you English? Because we're always foreigners?
I mean, that's a great question. I think about that myself all the time. Are we always foreigners?
Because of our appearance. Because of our appearance, we just look like we just got here. I mean, we don't look like American people.
Despite these interactions, for the Chinese community here, the Delta will always be home.
Audrey, why do you love it out here?
It's so peaceful. I'll turn my cell phone off, and so I just fish. And nobody's calling me. It's just solitude. Enjoying God's creation.
Sally, Gilroy, Jean, Frida, and Audric. These friends are some of the few Chinese left in the Mississippi Delta, but they remain a close-knit group, gathering over food to preserve the memory and legacy of their families.
The Chinese American people definitely made a contribution in the Mississippi Delta. They came and they definitely made a big contribution here. They did.
If you like this episode on the Mississippi Blues, endless fields of green,
and it said in particular, specifically, that they live in Clarksdale. That is where the movie Sinners takes place, in Clarksdale, Mississippi. The young lady here that you see with the short hair is Dolly Lee. She was a consultant for Ryan Cooglar on the movie Sinners, to bring in this historical part about how the Chinese presence in the Delta. Now, Antonio Moore said it was not historic. I have just proven that it is historically accurate. Also, I'm trying to get back to that part where it shows that there is a museum.
I think that was towards the end.
I think it's in the beginning. I'm looking. Looking right now to show that they have a whole Chinese museum in the Delta. It's absolutely historic. Ryan did not lose his mind. He wasn't smoking any good California weed. He didn't fall down. Okay. He wasn't hanging out with Dr. Dre in the Chronic. You say you think it's towards the end. Here we go, right here.
Dad was 7 days a week.
So let me stop. Let me go back. Right here.
Of us living and working alongside.
As you see in the clip, the Mississippi Delta Chinese Heritage Museum, Delta State University. Isn't tone a whore for university? didn't he attend to? Tone tits. Talk to me. Tone tits.
Tone tits.
You said it wasn't historically accurate. You're a liar. You're a big fat face, wrinkled dog face lie.
That man is so ugly. It makes no sense. He got big cuts in his face.
So now when you go to say something, make sure, and you said that everybody else was not qualified.
Yeah.
But you
Not
was the
challenge
most
you.
qualified, right? So something else that I also said to Tone as we went back and forth in the comment section was, why are you upset? What, did Ryan Cooglar forget to kiss your ass? But I said, but, because I didn't want to get my comment struck. But that's what I meant. What did Ryan Cooglar forget to do? Kiss your ass? Are you also mad because Ryan Cooglar went on Democracy Now! With Amy Goodman?
Okay,
And
so
he
Muck
had
Muck came back.
Mhm.
That story did not need to be told, and that character did not need to be in that film. There's clearly an agenda behind it. Maybe it's to appeal to Asian countries.
Could be. Now,
Could be.
could be. One
But you
thing
want everybody, but you're not. This is the thing. You're not going to get these big movie directors and writers to make a movie for a specific audience. That's never going to happen because gay people, sometimes myself as a gay person, we complain about LGBT representation, this and that, but you have to understand that we're small. And this director, movie writer, they want to make money. They want the maximum amount of input that they put in output. They want all that money. So they want everybody to watch this film, not just a certain audience, because they don't want to alienate other people. But the Chinese being in the Delta is also historic, like we just showcased. That's all I wanted to say.
No, I got that. I think Muck Muck's pushback is that, and probably Antonio Moore's pushback is that they didn't want to see any other ethnicity in this predominantly Black American film. Now, I
But the
don't want to put
vampire's Irish.
that's okay.
And
I
Stack is
think that
with the white girl. What's her name?
Mary.
Yeah, Stack is with Mary.
I don't want to put words in your mouth, Muck Muck, but I know that you're at work. But I don't want to put words in your mouth. I'm just attempting to interpret your comments, okay? If I say anything wrong, when you can clarify it. But from what I'm reading, that's what I'm getting is that you don't want to see anyone but Black Americans in this film. I really don't have a comment for that or a pushback on that because those are your feelings. That's how you feel about it. All I could show was that Antonio Moore lied when he said it was not historically accurate. And I'm showing that it is. But now, if you don't want them in the film at all, then that's just something different. You don't want them in the film at all, you know?
I like that they're in the movie because it gave me an extra piece of history I would have never known.
Yes, yes, yes. It doesn't bother me. I like it. I like it. And again, to what you was talking about is
Okay, so
we
Spearman asked a
cannot.
question. He said, how big is the Chinese population in the Delta?
It's not that big.
It's not that big. But their little input did help the Black people in the Delta. They helped them to eat.
They helped them to eat. They did play a major role for them. at that time in history. And also to Cheeks' point about making money, it was awesome that Ryan Cooglar was able to put something in the film that is truthful, that is historically accurate, and that allows him to make the movie more marketable. Because at the end of the day, though some may want this to be a completely Black American cast, Antonio Moore, one thing he said, I did agree with him, was that our movies, unless it's a big star like a Denzel, a Will Smith, they don't sell, especially in Chinese markets. You have to understand, there's like 2 billion people or more on the continent of Asia. When you make a product, don't you want, if you had a business, would you only sell to Black Americans, or would you sell to any and everybody that's got money? Because I know I'm selling to any and everybody that's got money, and I'm going to treat them with respect, irregardless to sexual orientation, race, gender. Hey, baby, come on in. What? Yeah,
Yeah.
no, you're right. Okay. And so this allows this movie to be marketable in China, in Asia, in Ireland. I mean, and you got so many people, other people groups, they wish they were in the film. The Latinos are upset. They wish they were in the film. I like this film so much because of the different historical aspects, and it made me remember some things from my childhood that I had forgotten, such as, so this Latino guy, he gave a review of the movie.
Spearman said, "Yeah, that's a money move."
That's a money move. That's a money move. Okay. And can we look, Spearman? Let's
Wasn't there
not
a
act
white
like,
character? Wasn't there a white guy character in Black Panther?
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
okay. Muck Muck came back. He said, plot wise, there was a reason for the Irish vampire to be there. Same thing with the Quadroon character, but the plot did not call for an Asian character other than to make money. I think Ryan wanted to capture the timeline of the Mississippi Delta. And as we just showcased, the Chinese were there, they were not made up. And people want to hang out after they do long hours of working. And also in the video that was showcased, they worked all days of the year. They worked on Christmas even. So sometimes people want to wander off and explore other areas and stuff. And because they're Chinese, they're not really beholden to the segregation laws. So the Chinese can go wherever they want. They can go in the juke joint. They can go hang out with the white people. They can just do what they want. And so you did have some Chinese probably hanged out in the juke joint.
Yes. So what
And
I
you
was
had
getting
white people that came to the juke joint.
yes, they can always go wherever they want. Okay.
He breaks his own rules.
He breaks his own rules. We know, don't we? Because I have white ancestry, I have European ancestry, Scottish, French, English. So we know for a fact I wouldn't be here if old grandsire had kept his wee laddie to him wee self, right? So what I was going with this was that, so the Latino community is upset because they wanted, some of them, not all of them, representation in the movie centers. And there's on the sign, on the window, there's a sign that says hot. It's like hot tamales, but the way it's pronounced in the Delta is tamales. So that reminded me and took me back to the fact that there were Mexicans in the Delta before a short time. And my grandmother used to make in the hot. So in my little Chicago mind, right? The only thing I could equate what she would make to was like a hot tamale, but they were much thinner. And so I'm like, listening to all the adults, and they eating these hot tamales and stuff, and I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna eat this too. Baby, that shit was fire. It was hot. Real hot. Okay. But in my mind, I was thinking, where did my black grandmama learn how to make some hot tamales? Because there was a melting pot in the Delta before a short amount of time. The Mexicans they too were brought in to replace the slaves, right? To replace that free labor, the cotton pickers in the Delta. But then they were removed. There was an act put in place that the Mexicans had to leave the nation. So by the time this movie Sinners takes place, they're no longer there. But aspects of their culture, obviously, it remains because my grandmother made something called Mexican cornbread. It's hot too. It's good, but it's hot. It's full of jalapenos. And anybody that's older that may listen
Just
to
something
me,
to send
you
you
will
to
know
the
exactly
toilet.
what Baby, yes, they send you to the toilet. The hot tamales, the Mexican cornbread, it's hot, okay? Um, but because of migration patterns and laws, and the Chinese were expelled at a certain point twice. The Mexicans were expelled, and so they were made to go back to Mexico, and then also crops were failing. Again, the backdrop is the Great Depression. Crops were
Okay,
failing
Muck
all
Muck
over
said,
the
I
nation.
hate Mexican cornbread.
You've had some, Muck
I have never had Mexican cornbread, but I'm willing to try
It's
it.
hot as hell. Baby, it's hot. It's like a jalapeno factory. So that's what I love about Sinners too, is that we can have these very nuanced conversations, and it's making me. It just made me feel proud to be Black American. Okay, so he said, read cheeks.
I'm in the VA. They sell it in Kroger. I tried it once and LOL.
Okay. Okay. He tried it once. He said he hated it. Now I don't know, Muck Muck. That might be like a commercialized version. Like my grandmama could cook, and she made everything from scratch. Let me tell you, I'm not half the woman that she was. I'm not gonna do it. I do not cook from scratch. Okay, please. So I don't know. That could be a more. What I'm saying is that could be a more commercialized version of the Mexican cornbread. I mean, did you have like a soul sister cook some for you? Did you have like a big hit grandmama cook some for you? Or did you said you got it at Kroger. So yeah, that might be like a commercialized version of it. My grandmama made it from scratch, baby. All I can tell you is hot. But to speak to that though, when I talked to my older cousin last year, she was saying she wanted my grandmother's recipe for that Mexican cornbread. She wanted to make some. She's a caterer. So what I love about the movie Sinners is that it has made me think back to my Mississippi roots and my Chicago roots. We still live in Chicago, in the suburbs now of Chicago, and the blues, and how the blues was brought from the Delta to Mississippi. And Buddy Guy is in the movie, and he had a club in Chicago, or he still might for a long time. And how Coco Taylor had a blues joint in the south suburbs of Chicago. And it just makes me proud to be Black American, because I love Sinners, because a lot of Black people, we did not participate in the horror genre. This is a interdisciplinary, as we would say, or intergenre movie. It's not one genre. I wouldn't. Now, Cheek said it's horror. I don't know if I
The
would say it.
basis is horror.
Yeah, yeah. If it's only horror, because it has so many. The music is like a character in itself. That young man, Miles Canton, he can sing, as we would say. He can sing. The boy can sing. That boy can sing.
Oh my goodness. Muck Muck said FBA for life, FBA world order.
Okay, Muck. Speaking to that, FBA for life, I have a clip for you. This clip has been trying to bust out because that's what I said to Antonio Moore. What did Ryan Cooglar forget to kiss your ass? That's why you slamming this movie
Because
so
Ryan
hard.
Cooglar identifies as FBA.
He identifies as FBA. So let me see.
It's very serious out south, and a lot of us come from the south. Our origins come from the south, and so. But again, it goes back to the goals. What was the goal? Was the goal to be here and be like black people?
Well,
Because
okay. Well, can I
yeah,
challenge that? Not challenge you, but can I challenge that?
yeah.
If the goal that you say it is, did not Tariq Nasheed meet the goal with establishing FBA to tell those truths in the films that he's put out?
Totally. But the purpose of him, he was going against the ADOS. The whole template of FBA was to like, oh man, I'm gonna counter ADOS because they're on to something, but ADOS doesn't. It sounds like something you catch on your feet. That people don't like American descendants of slavery as a name. So it's like, Tariq Nasheed is a slick dude. So it's like, man, I'm a make this sound better because I write books and I think you somewhere else, man, you can get killed. You know what I'm saying? You better be respectful. You know what I'm saying? Like you in Atlanta, like they take manners very serious out south. And a lot of us come from the south. Our origins come from the south. And so, but again, it goes back to the goals. What was the goal? Was the goal to be here and be like black people?
Well,
Because
okay. Well, can I
yeah,
challenge that? Not challenge you, but can I challenge that?
yeah.
If the goal that you say it is, did not Tariq Nasheed meet the goal with establishing FBA to tell those truths in the films that he's put out? Did he
Totally. But the purpose of him, he was going against the ADOS. The whole template of FBA was to like, oh man, I'm gonna counter ADOS because they're on to something, but ADOS doesn't. It sounds like something you catch on your feet that people don't like. It sounds like something you catch on your feet. The whole template of FBA was to like, oh man, I'm gonna counter ADOS because they're on to something, but ADOS doesn't. It sounds like something you catch on your feet that people don't like. American.
The foot fungi.
Sound like something you catch on your feet, huh?
The foot fungi.
The foot fungi. The foot fungi. Yeah, that clip had
Bad
man.
athlete's foot. Chronic athlete's foot.
Chronic athlete's foot. And so that's what I was saying. Did Ryan forget to kiss your ass because he identified as FBA? That's probably your real issue with this movie because you have not proven that it's not historically accurate. Now, if you just don't want the Chinese in the movie, I get that. Even if you don't want the Choctaw in the movie, I get that. But to say it's not historically accurate is a lie. That's a lie. And you're only upset because Ryan Cooglar went on Democracy Now! With Amy Goodman and he said, I'm FBA. He said Black Panther gave him the ability to talk about his ancient African ancestry, and Sinners gave him the ability to talk about his more recent FBA ancestry. And you got an attitude. What Spearman say? Not foot fungi. Yes, foot fungi. foot foot fungus, straight up. That's what he is. Every day, all day. He's just a parasite. I'm tired of him sitting up here trying to take down Black films all the time. I'm going to go back to the rest of his review in a minute. I'm going to go back to the rest of his review. Welcome to Tone Tits. Welcome to Tone Tits.
Welcome to Tone Tits. Welcome to Tone Tits. Bob from Fight Club.
Woo, woo, woo. Hit it, cheeks. Hit it again.
Welcome to Tone Tits. Welcome to Tone Tits. Mrs. Moore did not approve of this film.
Huh?
Mrs. Moore did not approve of this film.
Yes, Miss Antonio Moore. I'm gonna size him up for that good bra. Look like he wear like a triple D. Triple D. Straight
this
up.
is what we do in calisthenics. You need it. You need it.
Yeah, he needs it. He needs it all the way. Needs it every day.
Okay, so Muck Muck said, I would have preferred the Choctaw characters have a large role in the movie. It would have been more natural if they were at the juke joint, considering most of us have native ancestry. The Choctaw knew better. And see, they knew that juke joint was marked for doom since they got in there, because they're the vampire hunters. That's why when we watched that reviewer, she wanted a spin-off movie with the Choctaw hunting the vampires.
Yes.
Yeah, so they knew better not to go in that juke joint.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. The Choctaw went home. They hauled ass up out of there. And here's the thing about the Choctaw, about Black Americans, right? FBA is that we're very loving people, sometimes to our own detriment. The Choctaw was still willing to they were trying to help that white woman. Even after he saw that little get up, that little hat and robe over there on the chair.
The Grand Wizard robe.
Right, okay. He told that lady, that man is not what you think he is. But see, her racism, she had a FAFO moment. She fucked around and found out. Her racism got her turned into a vampire. She was called, the part that got me was when she was calling for Earl, and the vampire was upstairs eating him, baby. Remind me of Jeepers Creepers.
Yeah. That was a heavy scene. That's what Muck Muck said.
And the Choctaw speaking their native language, and they say to the one brother say to the other brother, time to go. Okay. The sun is going down, time to go. But I love the movie because what got me speaking of that scene, how Remick comes in This food just drops out the sky on fire. And again, we see how racism is just a disease. It's a mental disease. This man is
Yes.
on fire. And this woman still lets this man in her home, blistering. And he says, the Choctaw is chasing me. And she said, you mean just some light-skinned Negroes? No Choctaw Holly around here anymore. And see, that's something else you got to understand historically, Muck, that there were still indigenous people there in the area, but a lot of them had been moved out. The Trail of Tears had happened. And so a lot of stuff had taken place. What you always say, Cheeks, and as part of my discipline in history, I always use anthropology. And so what do you always say, Cheeks? People moving in?
People moving out.
Say it again.
People moving in, people moving out. Why? Because of the colors of the skin.
All
And that came
day.
from Temptations' Ball of Confusion. That's their track.
All day, every day. People moving in, people moving out. So you just never know who was all there. And then we forget. You know, everybody's living their lives. Everybody's trying to pay their bills, keep some hot chicken on the table, some string beans. And we forget. Okay. So I'm getting ready to go back to tone tits. Because I wanted to break in the middle of his soliloquy and show that he lied. The Chinese were there. He lied.
Everybody feels they learned a lesson about how the Asians and the blacks got along in the SIP. Let me correct all that. So what was the in the chat? What was the first group I said that needs this to work? I said actors, actresses, and producers. What is this? Movie producers. So when you see people's comment, go see what they do for a living. But in addition, don't let nobody tell you half the story when you can go through the whole story on your own. I went after I looked at Atlanta and I looked at other cities that aren't dominant black. And what I saw was that the movies are tickets, movies theaters are empty. 4:45 show, empty. This is right before start time. 4:30 show in LA, empty. This was the Orange. This was the Playa Vista. These are all over LA. The Huntington Beach Theater, empty at 4:10. The Baldwin Hills, where Magic Johnson Theater was, empty. In the chat, those people that are saying that it was fire, have you seen it twice yet? That's what made the Black Panther thing take off. If you thought it was fire, do you remember the middle when you went to sleep? I've seen LA people talk about how Sinners and IMAX has had limited or sold out shows at AMC City Walk for days or weeks. Regal Irvine is only 50 miles away and it's empty. Okay.
How do you feel, Cheeks, about what he just said? First of all, I want to say that I'm sorry about the wildfires that happened in California, but you did just go through a disaster, didn't you? And Altadena, a predominantly Black American community, is gone, burned to the ground. Pasadena, burned to the ground. So do you think a lot of these people that's still recovering, they have a movie on their mind?
Exactly. They ain't got no movie on their mind. They're trying to figure out where they're going to live and eat and stuff. Okay, so Muk came back and said, contrary to popular opinion, there were many native people down south.
Okay, I'll take that. I'm not like P. Diddy, but I'll take that. Take that. Or I could say to you, Muck, there were many indigenous people, but less than they previously were. How about that? Can we agree on that? There were less than previously, but there were still a lot there. I know because my grandfather's mama was, I'm not exactly sure, but I know she was, I think, Cherokee. Remember, they're from Sunflower County. My people are from Grenada, Sunflower County, Mississippi. So um, everybody in the family told me that she was real short, to the point that her nickname was Short. Sometimes I make a joke and say my great grandmother looked like Cousin It, because they say her hair was as long as her body. She was only like 4'10", and she was Cherokee. And I think they say, now I'm not sure because I haven't done enough research on her yet, because I am going through all of my different branches of my family. But she was Cherokee, white, and I know that she married a black man. Okay, and this is how they get my grandfather. She could have been Choctaw. I don't know, or she could, but I was told she was Cherokee, but she could have been half Choctaw or all Choctaw. I don't know. Because because family lore sometimes is correct, sometimes it's not correct. And that's where I've been pulling the census records. I've been pulling the birth certificates, death certificates of my different ancestors. And I would say to anybody, especially Black Americans, do the same. Family Search is a good site to use. Most of it's free. Start there. I was told by a Black American woman to use Family Search like 10 years ago. So, and that's a whole nother story. That's a whole nother dichotomy right there, because come to find out, Family Search is owned by the Mormons. And I'm like, Mormons? They don't like Black people. They wouldn't allow us to be a part of their church, right? Based on their religious tenets, the curse of Ham and all that stuff. I'm not going to go all into that right now. But yes, the Mormons have been gathering a lot of Black American documentation, because now I think they have been allowing Black Americans to be a part of the church study, the LDS, the Latter Day Saints, since the probably late 80s or early 90s. And so if you are familiar with their tenets, is that, so the Mormons, so like Sister Wives that you see, Escape of Polygamy, all of these are little branches that came off the Mormon church. So after slavery, some Black Americans did move out west. They moved to Montana, North Dakota, South Dakota. Colorado was a big one. Go to the U.S. Library of Congress online and pull up those old newspapers, like it's called, the newspaper YouTube is called The Colored American. Don't bother me. That's the name of the newspaper.
Oh, you get to say it, but I can't.
I had to say it. I had to say it in a certain context, okay? So Muck came back.
I agree with that. A lot were driven west.
Yes. And so there was also a heavy Black population in the West too, and then they were burned out. A lot of those old newspapers from the 1800s are Black-owned newspapers out west in Colorado in particular. Like I said, go to the U.S. Library of Congress online. I think it's United States U.S. Library of Congress.gov. And because I had to do this research, because my thesis was on the differences between Ida B. Wells and Booker T. Washington. So but anyway, the Mormons have been gathering our ancestors' records to allow us into the church to prove that we are part Celtic, we're part Irish, Scottish, we're part white, okay, in other words, right? Because in their religious tenets, there was a war in heaven, and Michael and his angels fought against Satan and his angels, and the black people did not support Michael. We were fence sitters. We didn't take a side. And so God punished us and turned us black for not taking a side. And the white people are the ones who sided with God. That's their original tenets. Yes, yes. They can flim now and all that stuff if they want to, but that's their original tenets. Go and research Brigham Young, who was also a very leading member in the early Mormon church, Latter-day Saints, Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, the LDS. And so an offshoot is also the FLDS. But anyway, I went into all that to give context to the fact that the Mormon church is running Family Search, and I went there and I was able to pull a lot of my ancestors' documentation, birth certificates, death certificates, census records. I have been able to see my grandfather's draft card. Now, I knew my grandparents. Like I said, I knew them. I lived with them. But I didn't get to know any of my great-grandparents. So I did not know my grandfather's mom, who was like Cherokee or any of that. I didn't know any of that. And so it's very interesting to see all of that stuff too. It really is. But anyway, back to Sinners, this fool, taunted, and what he had to say. And the point of this stream is to not allow Antonia Moore, Miss Moore, Miss Sassy Thing, to try to take down this movie. And so the way he did Woman King, and so far I don't see it working. But he is slamming it and saying that most of the theaters in LA was empty because he thinks life is all about LA. No,
because it's burnt out.
It's
burnt out between the wildfires that just happened in January that was really brutal.
Speak up some, Cheeks. I can't hear you.
Oh, my bad. Between the wildfires that just happened that was really brutal back in January and the poverty in LA, I saw a video that was very startling. These people, this couple, they just turned the sidewalk into their bedroom.
Right, Skid Row, yeah.
Skid Row. Because it was
That's
a
another
drone.
thing. I'm glad you brought that up. What has Antonio Moore or ADOS Foundation done for the people of Skid Row, the Black Americans that are homeless?
Nothing.
What about the fact that typhoid, huh?
Nothing.
What about the fact that typhoid is back on the rise in LA? Because it's coming from Skid Row. The rats are carrying typhoid. What about all the drug use that goes on in Skid Row? We're talking about miles and miles and miles of homeless encampments. What has he done? That's right in his city. He's done nothing. All of the needles that's all over the streets. All of the poop that's all over the streets. The people that's all over the streets.
Yep.
The
Just
crime.
miles and miles. Miles and miles of it.
The sex trafficking, because I can't say it all, but the moving of human beings for sexual purposes.
The booty piracy.
The booty piracy. Yes, I like that, Cheeks. The booty, you would know, wouldn't you, with a name like Cheeks? The booty piracy. So let's look. Let's continue to listen to what this no-neck fool who called me an idiot. Really? Boy, that.
The movie Sinners is significantly overperforming in several cities, particularly in New York, Atlanta, and Chicago. It's basically at rate in LA, but in New York, Atlanta, it is 96% overperforming. So what's happening right now is just like electric cars. Everybody who was going to buy one bought one initially. Now it ain't got no market. So a lot of y'all are in little circles, and your whole circle went to see it, but ain't nobody else gonna go see it other than your circle. And that's the problem the movie's having. And that is why.
And I'm going to show in another clip that that's not true. People of other races are going to see Sinners in the droves. I saw the American Indians talking about and reviewing the movie. I've seen the Chinese reviewing the movie. I've seen the Irish reviewing the movie. What do you mean other people are not going to see the movie?
A lot of people are seeing this movie because there's really nothing out that's good. This is a good movie.
Top 10 cities are exceeding their typical market share, including Los Angeles, where it's over-indexing by 3%. So even in LA, this movie is doing better than movies usually do. Though he did something very disingenuous and showed a theater that was completely empty. As though that hasn't happened to other movies. But it still shows it's over-indexing by 3% in LA. And we talked about the wildfires that happened in LA. Specifically, New York. It's over-indexing by 18%. Meaning people are going to see this movie more than once. And people are coming out to see this movie more than any other movie that we've had over the last 7 years. And it's over-indexing in Atlanta by 96%. Man, round of applause for Atlanta. They have showed up and showed out dinners. And my town, Shot-Town,
Shut-Town.
is
The Shy.
over-indexing by 32%. Get it, Shy.
Variety said what they said. When they said it did 46 million, but what's going to be the rest? And we're going to see, and it's probably not going to be profitable. So those people that said 4 o'clock is too early, I put up the 8 o'clock show. The 8 o'clock show ain't nobody there at the Regal LA Live. That's downtown. I looked
because
at the
there's
Regal
smog
Irvine,
everywhere.
6 p.m. Wasn't nobody there.
See, Cheeks, you're wrong. I'm trying to be good. Okay.
Because there's smog everywhere. Nobody can fucking breathe to enjoy the movie.
You are just brutal. Okay, you are brutal.
They up in there looking like Call of Duty with gas mask on.
And then I started seeing the pseudo-intellectual.
You're a fool. Okay, Cheeks, you're a fool. They had on the gas mask, Cheeks.
Yeah, they got on the gas mask looking like Call of Duty or something. Or the
Our
hell gas
finest
from
hour.
Killzone.
Our finest hour.
Talk that lacks the understanding that if this ain't a normal movie, it's your job to tell us why it's not.
This the part that gets me. Listen to this.
I looked at the Regal Irvine, 6 p.m. Wasn't nobody there. And then I started seeing the pseudo-intellectual talk that lacks the understanding that if this ain't a normal movie, it's your job to tell us why it's not normal. So what do I mean?
Pseudo-black intellectuals. So I presume, I'm a pseudo-black intellectual because I can break this movie down and I happen to like the movie. And I'm telling you why I like the movie. And I'm telling you the nuances of the movie and what makes this movie so awesome. But I'm pseudo. But you're not pseudo. But you got on a t-shirt that you look like you've been wearing for 2 weeks. The t-shirt looks like it's about to stand up and walk on its own. Sweaty. You look sweaty. With your whole Juris Doctorate. You have a Juris Doctorate, but you look sweaty. You always look unbathed. You always look unwashed. You always look like you smell like bologna and salami put together that has been laid out in a hot LA sun.
Some kid dropped a bologna sandwich on the ground.
Yes.
Variety said, and this is what everybody got in a hubbub about. Variety said, come on, let me get it right. Sinners has amassed 61 million in its global debut. It's a great result for an original R-rated horror film. So what happened is, I believe what this movie did, it's multiple problems. But I'm gonna tell you two that jump off the page for me. The first is they made a drama and then dropped in some Dracula stuff in the mid, like around it, and then that way they don't have to sell us a drama, but it really was a drama. It's limited budget. They spent all the money to make two Michael B. Jordans, and they really the same person. Part of the reason they had to do that, it feels like, I said it felt like before I did some more research, basically Jonathan Majors was supposed to play one of the characters, and then forget it, just do both the lines. Oh, godly. So we got a double role, and we got a drama where we're going to make some Draculas in the middle of Easter.
Now, Ryan Cooglar has debunked that and said that that's not true. The movie was
That's
written
bad
in
information. But he just wanted to be true so bad because Jonathan Majors got so much bad press because of what happened with him and his girlfriend, where he ran out the car. Can you hear me good?
Yeah, I'm listening. Mm-hmm.
Okay, because I think something going on with my mic. So yeah, he wants that to be true. He wished that was true, but it's not.
And look at how demeaning he is to another Black American man, Michael B. Jordan. He said that his acting was bad. Smoke and Stack seem like the same person. Nobody has said that but his no neck ass.
Stack was an idiot. Smoke was smart.
Yeah, Stack is way looser than Smoke. You don't get the same energy from each character. He gives this man no kudos for playing two distinctly different characters. But he says that he's for us, American descendants of slavery, right?
No, he not. He's just jealous that
He's jealous.
Ryan identifies as an FBA and not ADOS, the foot fungi disease that make it seem
Right,
like you got gangrene on your foot.
right. Got athlete's foot.
That's all. He's just mad. He just wished that he would identify as ADOS instead.
Right. See, I bet you if Brian had said he was ADOS, would we hear this? Would we hear this from Antonio more? He is one of the
No.
most disingenuous, jealous-hearted people I have ever heard. You say you for me, and at the same time that you say you for me, all you do is slam me. We're not friends. We're not friends. He's not a friend to Black America, and neither is Yvette Carnell. I don't see it. I don't see it. And you hear my voice going out? Maybe that's why I have my AI persona of Cherie and I.
Sinners has amassed $61 million in its global debut. It is a great result for an original R-rated horror film, yet the Warner Brothers release has a $90 million price tag before global marketing expenses, so profitability remains a ways away, and that's being nice. What they were trying to say is they're looking at the box office and show it's all in like certain theaters, and then now the question becomes for y'all people that really loved it, y'all gonna see it 2-3 times? Because they need you to see it 3 times. You loved it. All right. Okay. Then somebody came in named Cash Views with the $. 61 million.
Okay, so this part.
Like people got up to go see The Substance. Their Substance is still playing in movie theaters because it was so good. That's another good movie.
Yes. So that's pretty much that part. I think everybody pretty much got that part. And that's a lie. I mean, let me say this. Let me quantify it.
If we want our kids to be
Not
lifelong
a lie.
learners, we need to give them supports in their education.
Recently, we asked our daughter to choose an outschool.
What
we
is
support
a
them,
lie?
then it's okay. We ain't got to worry about the corn, the wheat.
Or he's being facetious.
No
Y'all got to
problem.
go watch
But
this.
because the identity was never anchored.
People have been going to see Sinners 2 and 3 times since it came out.
Yes. Like the reviewer that we watched.
Yes.
She went to go see the movie in IMAX and stuff.
Yes. Yes. I've heard people who went to see the movie and watched it in a regular theater, then they went back a couple of days later, went to IMAX. I didn't know Quentin Tarantino had a theater in LA until hearing different reviewers. People are telling people what theaters to go to. He said Baldwin Hills. Baldwin Hills is not predominantly black anymore, to my knowledge. To my knowledge, Baldwin Hills is being gentrified. It is not predominantly black. And again, California just suffered a major environmental crisis.
Yes. And that smog and stuff is still in the air, and people are just trying to figure out how to get by in life.
To my knowledge, they still haven't been let back to their homes. They were let back in a week or two later, and they could just go look for like 15 minutes, or if they had anything still standing, they could grab some different things or try to look for some documentation like homeowners insurance or birth certificates, social security cards. I really shouldn't say homeowners insurance because the problem is 90% of them had their homeowners insurance dropped 6 to 8 months before the wildfires took place because they're in a wildfire zone and insurance companies didn't want to cover them. So you're dealing with an economic catastrophe in Southern California, and you want them to go see a movie, and they're still over indexing by 3%. And
George Freeman, you did not have to do that. They burnt out.
What is that?
Can you
Lord?
Yeah. They burnt out.
That's terrible, George. George, you keep it up. I'm gonna block you. That's terrible. People lost everything.
It being ADOS, but then they selling it on the screen. And as long as we support them, then it's okay. We ain't got to worry about the corn, the wheat, the bullets, and the land.
The corn, the wheat, the bullets, and the land. Where is his corn, his wheat, his bullets, and his land?
Yeah, he don't.
Do
he
you
don't make...
own a home, Tom? Do you own a home? You said your mother passed away in an apartment. You never owned a home. You are the product of 2 teenagers. That your parents was 15 and 16 when you were born. Your mother passed away in her apartment, in her bed, and all she left you was some payday loan tickets in her pocket. That's a very sad
Mama
story.
was a rolling stone. Whatever she laid her hat was her home. And when she died, all she did was left alone, lone.
Tom.
He's literally that story in the song.
Chicks is brutal. You done rolled up on the wrong chicks from Chicago. You call me today, your chick has come home to roost. This is your day of reckoning.
It's this time Mama's the Rolling Stone.
I mean, so you go from that story to telling us that you got corn, wheat, land, and bullets.
You ain't got no bullet. Your ass could.
We know you don't have no bullets. Not in California. You can barely own a gun in Cali.
And his ass can survive a bullet because he got so much fat to capture it.
Uh-huh. All of that. So we know that you can't own a gun in your home in Cali, but there is no such thing as conceal and carry in California.
Nope. Yeah, where's your wheat farms? Where's your tone breads?
Yeah. Where's his tone tits?
Welcome to Tone Wheat. Welcome to Tone Wheat.
You know what he reminds me of? Speaking of the corn and the wheat and the land and all of this and the farming and the sharecropping, he looks like one of those old sows, old big pigs. And you know when
Yeah,
the
they had
pig,
the babies and stuff.
yeah, and it had like 8 breasts.
Jabba the Hutt.
Jabba the Hutt. Miss Tone Hut.
Or he
Miss
also remind me of
Tone
that thing from Dark Crystal. It's like when Kira and Jan leaves and this big black thing, it has babies in the mud.
Oh, that's definitely him. You stopped me in my tracks when you said
You
that.
you remember the scene where they were walking past the forest and everything in the forest was alive, and so that big black worm things came out the mud and gave birth.
You know what? When you said that, what I also think about is in Boomerang when they made that crazy commercial with Grace Jones' son Jay, and she was
Yeah.
in the mud. You know, Grace was very dark skinned, and she was in the mud, and she was like, huh, and then she gave birth to the crystal. That's Tone. That's Tone. Jay. I know. I finally got it. That's Tone.
Tone death.
People decided that American descendants of slavery don't exist. And that's what I felt when I really looked into the movie. Of the delta on her back. Somebody said she put the delta on her back. We don't need to be on the back of somebody else.
You
Delta
made
got
it
its
not
own back.
exist no more
So the
because you didn't
Chinese
promote it
grocer
properly.
Huh?
I'm sorry, just talking through it. He made it not exist anymore when he talked. When he I'm talking, I got my mind messed up. He made it not exist no more when he did not promote ADOS. It already didn't sound good. But I get it. You got to prove the case, of slavery and why black people deserve reparations. But he did not promote it good. He didn't do anything with it but sit on that same brown, tired couch. That couch is so ready for him to get up. If it could talk, it would scream.
Come on, tell it. Oh,
And say, I deserve reparations from all the damage you've gave me.
you are a fool.
Descendants of cushions
Okay,
reparations.
descendants of Tone's wide back, flat ass, stanky ass.
I'm littered with shit stains you don't even know. He sits on this couch bottomless.
Oh, 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 girl, don't make me throw up in my own mouth. I see it sitting there eating a whole big bowl of Captain Crunch.
Okay, so we have someone named Zena or Zinza. Someone's criticism of your opinion of you doesn't define you or affect your life. It says more about them. The higher the few facts. You still with me, Sherry Danny?
Yeah, I was reading her comment. Zenza, would you like to hit the link and come up and explain this comment? I don't want to put words in your mouth. I don't quite get what message you're trying to convey. You're saying that Tone, his criticism of Ryan Cooglar and Michael B. Jordan in the movie Sinners, it doesn't define them or affect their lives. And it says more about them. I think that's what you're saying. Thank you for the comment, Zenza. Antonia Moore is a fool and a clown. But he said, what did he say? He said, oh, they told him he need to read the room. And he said, I don't need to read no rooms because I am the room.
Oh yeah, he definitely fills up that entire room. The walls need reparation too. We got bruises, we got holes, we got scuff marks, cracks, because you filled up the entire room.
Do you know that when people's houses was burning, I'm not from Cali. When people's houses was burning to the ground, they lost it all. He said, I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm sitting here eating me some good food, got me some good takeout. We know you do. Because
That
you
was
know
so just heartless.
wasn't it heartless? Because he's heartless.
He's the heartless from Kingdom Hearts.
And that's why I said to him, if this entire cast was all Black American, you would still find a way to try to slam it because you're just miserable. He's a miserable, hateful little man. You poor little boy. Ryan forgot to kiss your whole fat, flabby, sick looking ass.
Got cellulite in his ass.
Woo! Woo!
Got cellulite towards the bottom of his cheeks.
Child. Lord, Lord, Lord.
Left out all of the powerful ADOS Black owners and had their stores attacked. And the Black love interest is not even casted as an American descendant of slavery. You make it make sense how you gonna support it on identity then, because it's not on film. It was on identity and like power. I don't see no power in this. I don't see no power in this. So follow me. For those people that didn't watch this movie, let me help with a little bit of a spoiler.
So let me say this. I want to say this before we get into this next part of this rant that he's getting ready to go through. So I have talked a lot about the fact that my family is from the Mississippi Delta, was a part of the second wave of the Great Black Migration. They moved from Mississippi to Tennessee, from Tennessee to Chicago. So I think it was during the panorama through the C-19, and a movie came out called Judas and the Black Messiah. Judas and the Black Messiah focuses on the Chicago Black Panthers, which was headed by Chairman Fred Hampton Sr. He was 21 years old when he was eliminated by the U.S. government in the city of Chicago. A member of his organization was informant, and he only someone who could get close enough to you can hurt you. I think they had been drinking some Kool-Aid that night. Yes, some Kool-Aid.
Wow.
Chairman Fred, he was very young. He was 21. I think they were drinking Kool-Aid that night. And it is suspected that this informant put some poison. Well, he put like he put something in his Kool-Aid to knock him out. And then he told the FBI or whatever when to come into the apartment. So they came into the apartment blasting. His mother, his partner, his life partner at the time, she was pregnant with their child. They did allow her to get out the bed and run, but they lit Chairman Fred Hampton up. He died in his sleep. So there was a Caribbean man, and he had a big movie before Judas and the Black Messiah. I don't remember what it was. And he said that he was walking along the beach and he was reading a book about the Chicago Black Panthers movement, the lunch programs they had, the breakfast programs they had, how young they were in this resistance against this segregation and oppression and white supremacy in Chicago in the 1960s. He was so moved by this book that he wanted to make a movie, because the Chicago Black Panthers are not talked about a lot. It's usually the Cali Black Panthers such as Huey P. Newton, Eldridge Cleaver. They're talked about a lot in movies, whereas the Chicago Black Panthers were not. When the movie came out, I had some things I didn't like about the movie. One, our Black Chicago accent is hard to capture because we got a mixture of our Mississippi roots, Tennessee roots, and Northern accent all blended together. Like a lot of times, I have to work on my pronunciation because I will easily slip back into, and you can still hear it, my native accent. Car, go to the car, girl. I left the stuff in the car. Got the garbage. So we hit those things hard. And that's an accent that's hard to capture. And I get that. I also did not like that the person who played Chairman Fred Hampton Sr. in the movie Judas and the Black Messiah was not a Black American. He is a Afro-Brit who played in Get Out. He was the lead star in Get Out, Daniel Coulier. And the guy who played the informant was actually Black American. And I forget his name right now. If anybody in the chat knows, put his name in the chat. I think that the roles should have been reversed, right? So I didn't like his portrayal of Fred Hampton's accent, our Chicago accent. I did not agree with the fact that he was Afro-British. But you know what I did not do? I did not slam the movie all over the place.
Right. You didn't sling. You kept your opinions to yourself. And that's what I miss about back in the day. I mentioned Django Unchained um a while ago in the stream that when that movie came out, it wasn't historically accurate. Things like the men in the sheets were shown when they didn't come much later after slavery. But nobody complained about that. The movie was very good. Everyone enjoyed the movie.
Speak up
It
some,
came
chicks. I can't hear you, Bill. Speak up.
Everyone enjoyed Django Unchained. No one really complained about the movie too much. Everyone enjoyed the movie, and that was that. And there was a lot of things that were in the movie that wasn't totally historically accurate, but we didn't
Hell,
care.
he's playing Tupac. He plays Tupac in Django.
Yeah, he plays Tupac. And so people was just happy to have a historical, well, I won't say historical, but have a slave movie that wasn't too sad to watch. It was not too hard to get through, and it had a happy ending.
I like that about Django Unchained as well. What I like about Sinners is that it keeps us in touch with our Black American roots, but it's not sad. It's not about slavery itself. Uh, Sometimes constantly watching those slave movies, everybody complained about those slave movies. The Honorable Richard D. Gregory said that he thought that was psychologically damaging for us. What are they trying to do? Are they trying to create a race riot by constantly showing these slave movies? 12
Okay,
and it was back
Spearman
to back.
said, "Bring that big black mic close."
Huh?
Spearman said, "Bring that big black mic close."
For me, it's too far away.
I don't know who he's referring to. You can highlight his comment.
Okay, do I sound far away? Can you hear me, Cheek? Oh, he talking to you. I think he's talking to you because I kept saying I can't hear you.
Why it gotta be big black though?
Oh, it's not Shannon Sharp, Spearman. I want you to put that big black baby inside. Spearman, you're freaky. We're gonna watch you. Okay. Oh my gosh. But yes, so I didn't slam Judas and the Black Messiah. It was critically acclaimed. I didn't particularly care for the movie, but I was happy to see our Chicago Black Panthers get attention.
Yes.
The mission, and the purpose
message.
was,
Yeah,
and
the
the
mission.
message was greater.
Then
It
the
was greater
execution.
than the critiques that I had. the mission, the message, and the purpose was greater than the critique. And that's what I'm saying about sinners. And he should know that. Do you know how happy that made Fred Hampton Jr. feel? That somebody thought about his dad and put their money where their mouth was, and the person who did it was not Black American. He's Caribbean. That's the only thing I want my Black American people, FBA, ADOS, however you identify, to see and know that we are not in this nation nor on this planet alone. Some people are enemies, some people are foes, some people are friends, some people are allies. Some people are allies in the moment.
You got to take people on an individual basis and not the collective.
Yes. I didn't have the money to make a movie about Fred Hampton Sr., nor the connections. And I also feel that that's Tone's jealousy too, because he said he tried to get a movie about Freeway Ricky Ross produced, and he couldn't do it. Right, because he don't have the clout. But I thought he said he made the room. You don't have the money? You said you got the wheat, the guns, the bullets, the land, the corn.
He do not have an artillery factory.
A who factory?
A gun factory. He does not have a bullet factory.
Right, because there's only one Black American gun manufacturer in all of the United States, and I know that. I know that. He probably doesn't know that because he's shown he doesn't know a lot outside of his little bubble and circle.
These gangster level, somehow military gangster Black folks, okay, whatever. The Michael B. Jordan, they went into this store and was best friends with the Asian man. Okay. And he dropped everything he had to do, and he that night was gonna help at the juke joint. Okay. His store is beautiful for the 30s. White people ain't burning it down or nothing. Then, for those people that did not see the movie, some poor Black folk was trying to take liquor out of his truck. It was wrong of them to do that, but they poor Black folk using wooden pennies. And the guy with one eye apologizes. This man, who is supposed to be I guess a visual power, the hooch runner, is basically then shoots the man in his buttocks and then shoots the other man that has already given up. So we shooting Black folks and loving on the Chinese. Godly, y'all missed that part.
That's a little bit out of context. If somebody's trying to steal from you and he knew that's what was up, we're in the Great Depression. He told the little Black girl sitting in front of the store to watch his truck. And if anybody tried to take stuff out of his truck, lay on that horn. What you have to also remember is that this is smoke. This is not stack. This is smoke. Smoke wears blue, stack wears red. Smoke has lost a child with his wife, Annie. They lost their child, passed away as an infant. So he sees this little Black girl. His baby was a girl, baby girl. So all of that ties in together when he sees this little girl. In my mind, it says to me, he wonders what his baby would have looked like had she reached to be the age of this little girl, who was about 12. He teaches her how to negotiate. Because he said, look, I'll give you 10 cents a minute to watch my truck. And she said, okay. And he said, no, don't just take that. And she said, okay, well, how about 25 cents? He said, I can't do 25. How about 20? And he said, right. Never let anybody cheat you. What you're going to see when you go see the movie, or if you have seen the movie, is that there is also a backdrop of talking about capitalism. Smoke and Stack is all about that money, especially Smoke. He's not loving on the Asian people and hating the Black people. What Smoke is going to continue to say as the juke joint opens is there's nickels. Again, getting back into that deep, nuanced Black American life. I remember my grandfather used to always tell my aunt, don't take no wooden nickels. Now he was always telling her in her relationships, don't take no wood nickel. And to see this movie, it just took me back into my childhood and things that I hadn't heard in years. The music itself, when it starts off with that blues, I was just like, yeah. Oh my gosh, I haven't listened to this. The last blues song that I listen to all the time is Muddy Waters, Managed Boy. But some of the other blues I have not listened to in years. He's such a hater. He's so ridiculous. You know, sometimes things do get lost when you film and it get lost in storytelling, but I don't see where Ryan lost anything. And when Smoke shot the two black men for trying to take his shit, he also paid the Chinese lady to sew them up, to get some antiseptic and to take care of them. It's a movie, Tom. It's a movie. Jeez.
Y'all missed that part? Okay. How a Chinese family's 1927 lawsuit set a precedent for school segregation. Many of you now, and this is the problem, and I saw this with Woman King, and that's why I shut down Woman King, boycott Woman King, because it was awful what they were doing, because the historical nature of how they were setting it up was like, oh no, this on, but the character that Viola played actually killed other black folks. The tribe that Viola was from was actually murdering black folks, sacrificing black folks. There is a narrative here, but in this case, the Chinese.
So you hear that? You hear that, Cheeks? What he said about the Woman King?
Yeah.
The Woman King is about black folks unaliving black folks. Black folks don't unalive black folks. You unalive where you live. We talked, I said the Woman King was an awesome movie, and see how he bragged about destroying part of Viola's career and her money and her dreams and her goals.
Because she cried for 2 weeks in the bed about losing that movie.
Right. So how's he a friend to black American women? How's he let history play out.
I'll be back in a moment. I gotta handle some stuff.
Okay.
Chinese were not our friend. They were adjacent to white folks and trying to go to white schools. That is not captured in the film. Now, somebody would say that's not the film's role. Then don't show the Chinese. It's one or the other. You show them as they actually are, or were, I should say, or you don't show them at all, because what you leave behind is a bunch of people that are already tricked off on people of color and just confused, already confused on these people. You leave them with a historic.
But this movie is not about the Chinese trying to go to white schools. Wasn't everybody later on trying to go to white schools? We were fighting against separate but equal. It was separate, but it was unequal. Now, that could be a nuance to that, because Muck Muck brought that up earlier. And we already talked about that. But for this movie takes place in a 24-hour period. It is centered around what? The juke joint. Not about people trying to integrate into schools. So his commentary is out of place.
Historical narrative that is entirely inaccurate, beyond them owning stores somehow in our communities. Like every other immigrant group to arrive in America, writes Adrian Burrard and Water Tossing Boulders, the Chinese in Mississippi distanced themselves from blacks in an effort to better align themselves with the white power structure. So they should have been outside coming with the Cooglar.
Why would they come with the Ku Klux when they're not allowed into the Ku Klux? They're not allowed to be a part of the white sheets. So why would they come in with the white sheets? Doesn't make any sense. Again, the movie takes place in a 24-hour period. What is Smoke and Stack attempting to do? They're gathering everybody. They're going to the church to get Sammy to sing. They go to get Delta Slim to sing the blues. Smoke and his wife, Annie, they reconnect, and she comes to help support him with the juke joint. A lot of the black people in the movie were kind of leery about opening up the juke joint, but hey, they wanted a place to kick it, party, and have a good time. Life is hard in the Delta at this time. They're sharecropping. They're like, okay. And they haven't seen Smoke and Stack in a long time.
Okay. It's a lot of black male superheroes. We talked about that in the last few shows in the chat. This is not a place to get powered. This is a place just like a restaurant where you overpay for this ticket and they deliver you a movie, and that movie better be good. And if it ain't good, you better say something. And if you don't say something, don't expect it to work for you in no other place. The problem is we got to the point where we don't know what good is. We got to.
Okay, hold on. He said we have gotten to the place where we don't know what good is. Okay, I'll be back. I'm going to break in for a minute with a different clip because he's saying the movie's not good. People are not watching the movie. You better go see it 4 or 5 times. But yet, at the same time, he says the movie is over-indexing, but he tries to show that it's only over-indexing with Black Americans. Hold on. That's not true. I'm going to prove that that's not true. Right now, 1 minute. It's not true. Why does he sit up here and tell these type of lies? I don't even know. Here we go.
Do not pay your next car insurance bill. Repeat, do not pay your bill yet.
So I found this website and
I don't usually do follow-up reviews to opening weekend film reviews I've already published, but I made that review when I had seen Sinners twice, and now I've seen it 3 times.
How many? 3.
Hi, I'm Lady Genevieve, and on my channel I talk about entertainment media. My previous video that I published here on YouTube was my opening weekend review of Ryan Cooglar's Sinners. I had already seen it twice at that point. Most of the video I wrote after watching the film at an early press screening, which was in 70mm IMAX. By the way, if you are able to watch it in 70mm IMAX, I highly recommend doing so. It is absolutely the most optimal way to experience the film. Now, that being said, I looked at the map of where the 70mm IMAX screenings are happening, and there were many states listed where there were 0 screenings available. So I understand that it is not an option for everyone, and I'm not going to shame anyone who isn't able to make it out to one of those screenings. It's merely a recommendation with no aggression attached to it. Also, Ryan Cooglar gets a cut of the box office gross, so you paying to see it at the cinema is putting that money back in the pocket of the artist who created it. The second time I saw the film, it was at a local cinema, one that is less out of the way than where I went for my press screening, and upon rewatching, there were multiple new details I picked up on. I talked about some of that new insight I had gained into Ryan Cooglar's world building and the various inspirations he drew on from world history in that review, but upon seeing it a third time, I gained even more insight, so I wanted to share some of that in a follow-up video, especially since there was a much higher than usual amount of interest in my opinions about a new film. Now, if you already followed or you went and followed my Letterboxd account, then you already saw me talk about some of these things, but
Cheeks, are you back? No? Okay.
considering that I have less than 1,000 followers on Letterboxd, I figured it's a safe guess that many of the people who watched my first review have not seen my follow-up comments about the film. This isn't the only thing we're going to talk about. We will cover a couple of things, whether it's elaborating on some of the details I talked about in my first review or new things that I didn't really get into discussing in that video. I also figured that since there were some people who were commenting on that video, that it was the first time that they had seen anything that I have posted on here, I might clarify a bit about the various inspirations that inform my perspective in how I go about watching and analyzing films whenever I make new reviews. And I will also add that another reason why I wanted to make this review is to try to convince more people to go back and see Ryan Cooglar's Sinners at the cinema once again, or perhaps even for the first time. Since some people were saying that they don't normally see films more than once at the cinema. Now, I wouldn't say that I rewatch every film during their theatrical release, but if I find something that I get really fixated on, then yes, I've been known to go back and do at least a second or third rewatch. My record multiple rewatches at the cinema have actually gone up into the double digits. House of Gucci, Baz Luhrmann's Elvis, Avatar: The Way of Water, and Knives Out, all of those were double-digit watches at the cinema. But anyway, on to some of the third watch details that I picked up on. Full spoilers, all the spoilers, you have been warned about spoilers. Now, let's begin. At the beginning of the film, when Smoke and Stack are meeting with Hogwood, that's the evil man who is selling them the property, or pretending to anyway, because he's got a murderous plan in motion. When they are inside, the twins are looking at the floor, and one of them asks
I'm
about
back.
if the floor has been washed. Now, on
Oh,
a
so this
first
is that
watch,
girl's
or even a
review.
rewatch, if you're not really looking closely
Oh,
for minute details
come
like
back.
these to thread everything together, you're probably just going to focus on the fact that Hogwood responds to this question by spitting his chewing tobacco on the floor. You're going to be caught up in the visceral emotional response of something like, well, that was extremely rude and disgusting. That man is clearly a racist. I don't like him one bit. That was my initial response. But upon rewatching and continuing to hone in on these various details, here's what I noticed. When Remick reveals to Smoke and the other unturned humans that are still inside the juke joint, the fact that Hogwood is actually the leader of the clan, or at least the clan that's in that area. I don't actually know what the infrastructure of the clan is.
Y'all part of the clan? First of all, Black Lives Matter.
And the married couple that Remick had turned at the beginning of the film, the husband, Bert, is Hogwood's nephew. Hogwood had this plan to bring the full clan back and commit mass murder. Bert says that this property is a slaughter floor. Do you know what that means? Smoke and Stack, when they were asking about whether the floors had been washed, they were seeing bloodstains on the floor. Now that is truly horrific. That disturbed me more than almost anything else I saw in the film. Moving somewhat ahead, after Smoke and Stack pick up Sammy from his father's church, they go to the truck that they have hidden away, which contains all of the stolen liquor. When they remove or lift the tarp up, and this rattlesnake pops out.
If you are the owner or manager of a building with a flat top
I hate
roof,
that Miss Dan
then
I
please
is gone because these ads gonna be bothering
One
me.
of the twins kills the snake, and there's a lingering shot on the snake as it dies on the ground, and it has a diagonal head wound. Near the end of the
See, this woman's talking about this movie with great enthusiasm and everything. Unlike Tone. Tone, the person is supposed to be the savior of ADOS. Shits and hate this movie.
I'm back, Chief. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, so my point in showing her was that she presents to be a Asian woman, maybe Chinese. I'm not sure. My point in showing her is that people of other races love this movie. They're going to see this movie, and they're going to see the movie more than once. And he's a liar.
Don't you hate it when chips cut the roof of your mouth?
Yes, I do.
is deeply meaningful. You have to care about people and build a community. And those things are far more important than acquiring money and power simply for the sake of having money and power. Because doing so is inherently selfish and causes needless violence. But anyway, I know I went on a bit of a tangent there when the first point I was making was about how Sammy looks up to the twins and he learns from them. Another example of that.
So I want to fast forward to this other part. Over on Spotify, Ryan gives a lot of context to the movie. And I would implore anyone who has Spotify to go and check it out because it's a lot of historical content on Spotify.
Was including so much other information. So my YouTube channel is first and foremost focusing on reviewing and discussing films. Occasionally, you show me a Ryan Cooglar film that talks about vampires in the Jim Crow South, but the head vampire is Irish from Ireland with an Irish accent. Where is my brain going to wander to? Probably something like that one Muhammad Ali clip from his interview in Ireland, where he's talking about looking into Irish history and finding commonality with it.
I have another thing to say. This is one thing I love and I admire about the Irish people. I studied a little of history since I've been here. I found out you've been underdogs for years, hundreds of years, people dominating you and ruling you, and you can identify with this freedom struggle, you understand? But I just have mine on the other side of the water, but we all are fighting for the same cause and idea, but we have different reasons and different approaches.
And actually, while we're mentioning Delroy Lindo, can I just say that
this is a goddamn shame. A goddamn shame. Someone who's not ADOS, clearly, is got more black power and more substance in her video than the person who actually is ADOS and FBA. I didn't know that Muhammad Ali did that. I didn't know he went to Ireland and sympathized with them. That's crazy.
Yes.
Absolutely crazy. But the FBA, I'm gonna call him FBA just to get on his skin. That big old blubber hide skin he got.
Right. Seal daddy.
He is trying to actively boycott and destroy this film. He didn't care about anything and tried to shoot down anything he could. While this Asian woman here, she's representing black people and Irish people and pulling up interesting clips that I didn't even know existed. And she's just a movie reviewer, so she's the layman that he don't like.
Right.
He making lawyers look bad.
Yeah, he making lawyers look bad out here, especially those from LA. They like to dress like prepubescent boys. So that clip of Muhammad Ali speaking and talking about the struggles between and similarities between the FBA ADOS fight.
At Byberg, we're experts in small business insurance. We think through every risk factor for your industry, crunch the numbers with our nerdy
Irish fight.
Before the story of Sinners, which we watched.
Of the character Remick as a vampire, you can take vampirism as capitalism because smoke is all about that money. And even when the black people are coming into the juke joint and they're trying to pay for their alcohol with wooden nickels, he gets upset. Smoke becomes upset with his wife Annie and his twin brother Stat. They even show plantation money because some of the plantations, right, had their own money. Yes, the U.S. after that, all of that created a law that you cannot use anything but the U.S. dollar within the United States. You can't mint your own money because that was something that was going on. There's so much to garner from this one film, and I find it entertaining too. To me, the film is historical. The music is awesome, but then it's also entertaining. And everyone in the movie is so talented. Delroy Lindo, who is a Jamaican American brother, talented, been around for years. Michael B. Jordan, just all that he had to do, Omar Miles, who plays Cornbread. He talked about how Michael B. Jordan had this thing on his head called the halo, and it was like 27 to 32 cameras all around him so that they could make the twin sequences. Man, no easy feat. But I want to pick it up right here and go into the historical context, and it's over on Spotify. And so they had a whole playlist of all the songs that are in the movie on Spotify, and it gives you a lot of background information.
Play out, excluding the mid-credits scene, of course. The headline reads, "Gang tensions rise in Chicago. Irish mob and Italian mafia clash." And then the article reads, Chicago, October 5th. Tensions between Chicago's Irish mob and the Italian mafia have reached a new high, sparking a series of skirmishes across the Windy City. This flare-up follows a period of uncertainty since the arrest of Al Capone, which left a power vacuum in the city's underworld. A source close to the situation revealed that the conflict began when a stockpile of illegal alcohol went missing from the Irish side. The Irish mob accused the Italian mafia of stealing the goods, which led to a series of retaliatory actions. However, a similar claim is now being made by the Italians, who are accusing the Irish of the same crime. With both sides now entrenched in mutual accusations, local authorities are working to calm the situation. The fear is that if the conflict isn't contained, it could escalate further. For now, Chicago's streets remain tense as both factions vie for control. Now, this is referenced in the film. There was a character, I believe it might have been Mary, but I would have to watch the film once again to double check that, who called them out at the club for pulling this reckless stunt of robbing both of these organized crime groups and stealing liquor to use at the juke joint. It's a reckless, impulsive stunt that fundamentally doesn't fix the bigger issue. The fact that they, the twins, their entire community are all trapped in inherently violent, exploitative systems. What good?
So that does play out in the film. And so Annie, who is Smoke's wife, and Mary, who is Stack's girlfriend, they both express to both of them, eventually the Irish and the Italians are going to figure out that you two robbed them. So you see how here Ryan Cooglar tied all of these different historical events together in with these characters. I just disagree with anyone who says that it's not steeped in historical accuracy. So then is part of it historical and it's part of the fantasy? Sure. Because do we know? Now, we don't know who took the alcohol, right? There's no, two black men were seen having taken the alcohol or anything like that. But the fact that Smoke and Stack both were working for Al Capone, and the fact that Al Capone at this point in time, later on, he was arrested. Then he did this incident. Girl, I can hear you crunching those chips.
Itself. Clarksdale,
Sorry,
February
I'm gonna
9th.
mute myself.
Okay.
In a violent midday heist, Clarksdale's First National Bank became the latest victim in a string of robberies haunting the town. Two masked men, both black, stormed the bank. One took charge with smooth, calculated commands, while the other used violent force to control the room.
If you're thinking about buying or selling a house anywhere in the south suburbs, including the blue areas on this map, here's how.
There was a moment when I thought I was seeing double, said Comfort Jenkins, a teller.
So a bank was robbed in Clarksdale, Mississippi. So this is how Ryan Cooglar is tying Smoke and Stack to this bank robbery. Smoke and Stack has a lot of money, just came back from Chicago, but before they left, there was a bank in Clarksdale that was robbed. The security guard said that this was two black men. And if he didn't know any better, he thought he was looking at the same person. This is how Ryan ties them into it. Smoke and Stack are identical twins. And it also gives more background to the fact that Smoke and Stack are bad guys. Okay? Smoke and Stack have been busy since the days of Underoos. They're busy. They have always dealt in criminal activity. One thing you will find out in the movie is that their mom passed away giving birth to them. So Smoke came out first and Stack was breech. And because of the lack of health care for Black Americans and in the Deep South, they didn't know how to turn the baby around, and subsequently she passed away. As we know, Stack was delivered, but the mom passed away. The father always blamed Stack for losing his wife, so he would beat Stack all the time because he could tell them apart. So he would beat Stack. And one particular time, he was beating Stack so badly until Smoke shot him and killed him. He unalived his father. They were about, I think, maybe 10 or 12 years old when this took place. So the quadroon lady, right, the white lady who has the half-black grandfather, Mary, she was a little kid. She's about their age as well.
We can just call her MGM.
Okay, she was, but no, she's not MGM, chicks, because she's not multi-generational mix. MGM would be like on my dad's side of the family where it was biracial people kept marrying and having children with other biracial people. Biracial. So that would be multi-generational mix. She just has the one grandfather who's half black. And everybody's tripped up on that. To my mind, she's white. Okay, she's white, but she does have some black ancestry. And it's really just the one drop rule that's got everybody twisted. But anyway, this is why this is how Stack and Mary have a crush on each other's little kids, fall in love, and start messing around in their teen years. Because, and this is why Mary was so hurt that Stack didn't know her mom had passed away. He didn't attend the funeral. He gets back to Clarksdale after the funeral and he runs into Mary at the train station. She was actually getting ready to leave to go back to Arkansas because at this point in time, remember, she's not telling people who don't know that she has any black blood, any black ancestry. She has married a rich white man in Arkansas, but clearly she never made it home.
Hello? The two men, they looked so alike, almost like they could have been twins. But then the one grabbed me by the arm and yanked me across the room. It was all a blur after that. Security guard Tom Myrtlebank tried to stop them, but was shot by one of the robbers. He survived, but is not yet in stable condition. The robbers escaped with a significant sum, and no one else was seriously injured. Authorities believe the men may be connected to similar heists that have recently hit nearby towns. The robbers remain at large, and the community is left shaken. So this article is reiterating what the film shows and tells us about how Smoke and Stack have engaged in many years of criminal activities for financial gain. I don't think there's a whole lot more I need to elaborate in that regard.
So I'm going to fast forward again a little bit because I just want to show the things that Ryan has put on the Spotify to tie it all into the movie, this historical event.
They found blood-soaked decks, burned remnants, and a haunting silence. There were no survivors and no bodies to be.
Okay.
1911. The headline reads, Grisly Discovery at Boston Harbor. Immigrant ship wrecked, no survivors. The article reads, Boston Harbor, August 1st. Early this morning, dock workers discovered the wreckage of the Celtic Hare, a ship that had arrived overnight carrying Irish immigrants. Upon boarding, they found blood-soaked decks, burned remnants, and a haunting silence. There were no survivors and no bodies to be found. Witnesses reported seeing strange flickering lights and hearing music from a distance the night prior as it approached, as if an Irish celebration had been taking place aboard the ship. but the festivities must have turned to horror. The ship's cabins were destroyed and scorched furniture lay scattered. Only signs of brutal violence and fire remained. As the workers approached, a local woman claimed to have seen a lone man fleeing the scene, his skin reportedly smoking as he disappeared into the shadows. The cause of the wreck and the mysterious disappearance of all aboard is under investigation by authorities. So if Sinners takes place in 1932 and the article is from 1911, that means Remick has been in the colonies for about 20 years when we meet him. If his immigration was in 1911, then my theory is still somewhat intact that he was at least in Ireland during the Great Hunger, and by extension, he's aware of the Choctaw Gift. But despite my references in my previous Sinners video to various aspects of English colonial violence against Ireland for several centuries, I do not consider myself to be an expert on everything that's ever happened in Irish history. I did do a quick skim online to see if there was...
So anyway, that article is tying the head vampire Remick into a historical event that took place where Irish immigrants was coming to the United States, and when the ship arrived, everyone on the ship was deceased. And there was blood all over.
If you don't know what OutSchool is, it's a global learning platform that helps parents and home educators.
What Ryan was tying in there was that why was Remick is Irish, everyone on the ship is deceased, there's blood everywhere. Was Remick on that ship coming from Ireland? That's the point. That's the point. So now I'm going to go back to Tone Tits.
Welcome to Tone Tits. Welcome to Tone Tits.
Welcome to Tone Tits.
That important. Where the part that the Chinese were not aligned with black folks, don't matter if that was on the screen. This is fine. He wasn't supposed to put it accurately. I'm just talking.
You are just talking.
Somebody asked what was good. Fences. Fences was phenomenal. See, the thing is, he tried to take elements of, and I get it, that was a play where you got to use dialogue to tell the story because you ain't got no budget to show us Chicago. The problem is that Michael B. Jordan couldn't deliver that, and then the writer
I
couldn't
caught
deliver
that.
it
You
either.
ain't got no budget to show us Chicago.
Right.
I caught that.
Why do we need to go all the way back to their lives in Chicago?
He complaining about the running time now. That would make the movie 3 hours.
And the whole plot is going to get lost. They talked about Chicago. They said they had been there. They got Irish beer and Italian wine, something that they did not have in the Delta at that time. So we know that they had been there. How much more proof do we need that they had been in Chicago? Why do we need to have 45 minutes showing us their lives in Chicago? What do you mean he didn't have a budget to show in Chicago? He got $90 million to make the movie. It's unnecessary. And your commentary landed flat, and it was unnecessary. This movie takes place in one day. And the climax is what? Vampires. We don't have to go.
Vampires.
Just like when Delroy Lindo's character, Delta Slim, is talking about how his friend was lynched. Ryan didn't show the scene. He just let us hear what happened. And that was awesome. And that takes away from this little thing called trauma porn now. Because he didn't use any those usual cut scenes.
So then, as a result, we don't have nothing. We got a movie where we can hide behind the fact that it's a vampire movie. So you asked me, Fences was phenomenal. The Venus and Serena movie was phenomenal. Just giving you two. I can give some more. If we're going to talk about the impact that Chinese and Mississippi had on Black America, let's be sure to tell the entire truth. Somebody posted this on Twitter. During the time, large numbers of Delta Chinese families moved to more tolerant areas. So they sued, made our lives harder, sued because they wanted to keep going to white schools. I said keep, not start. Keep going to white schools. The ruling wasn't limited to the alums or to Chinese American children. It said a powerful nationwide president, states and schools had legal grounds to exclude all children of color. So all of a sudden, you don't get to be white adjacent. What they did is left.
But at what point in history did that happen? You can't say that they wanted to keep going to white school when they were never at white school. I just showed the document showing that they were not at white school, that they have a whole Chinese Delta museum in Mississippi. They were not allowed to go to white schools. So you have to quantify that. Because in the 1930s, they were not allowed to go to white school. It shows, we have witness accounts that they went to all Chinese schools and they were all educated in one room together. So either you, Tone, or the author of the article, either you're both confused, you're both lying. Because I just showed that that's not true. What's your take on that, Pete?
It's not true. We just watched a goddamn documentary and see this information. Okay, let me get my mic up. Get your mic up. Can you hear me more?
Huh?
Can you hear me better?
No.
Okay. Shit, my fucking headphones is falling off my face. Okay,
Now
can
I
you hear me?
can. Yeah.
Okay. We just watched the documentary with Dolly Lee. This information is not hard to obtain. You don't have to go to the Library of Congress to get this. Physically go to the Library of Congress. You can literally just did what you did and just pull up the YouTube video. This stuff is not hard to get. You pulled up the YouTube video when the Nigerian girl went to the Nigerian Slave Museum.
Yeah.
And the tour guide was showing her everything that happened there. This information is not hard to obtain.
Right.
These people want to make up narratives. They want to make up narratives that fit their agenda because they don't like certain situations.
Yeah.
We just talked about how people did not want to be black. And that was other black people who had white parents and who were biracial. If they could pass, they passed.
Yes.
And they got the fuck up out of there. What's that
Yes.
channel that you watch? She's like a white woman and she does her ancestry.
Are you talking about Danielle Romero, NYTN?
Yes, NYTN. She talks about all types of stories about how these black people who were passing, they dated white people. Vivian Cash, she's a perfect example of that.
Yes.
And Johnny Cash.
And Johnny Depp.
And Johnny Depp. And Clark Gable.
Yes. These are all people you think are white, but they have a black great grandmother or like a four times great grandmother that is black, and so their next ancestor would be who? It would be the biracial person, right?
Mm-hmm.
That is like Steven Tyler. He found out that I think his 6 times great grandfather was half black. Joe Montana, who was in what was that movie? The stripper movie, Magic Mike. That he thought he was Italian, which he is Italian. He presents as Italian, but his 6th or 7th great grandfather was black.
Exactly. The girl that plays in this movie, Haley Steinfeld, she's a product of that.
Huh?
The girl who plays in this movie is a product of that too. Product of passing.
Yes.
Unfortunately, this is just historical. Unfortunately, anybody who could escape being black did.
Yes.
That's it.
And off. During the time, large numbers of Delta, because they didn't want to be part of ADOS, so they wouldn't be at no juke joint.
Yes, they would. Everybody
Can I
liked
talk?
music.
Somebody
Right.
asked why am I angry because of this? How are you not is the question.
They came to deliver the fish, and his wife cooked. We just watched the documentary again that they have a fusion. The Chinese that still remain, small group, but that still remain in the Delta, they have a fusion between Black American food and Chinese American food. So the Chinese couple in the movie Sinners, the wife came to cook. They brought so many pounds of catfish from them, and the wife was cooking the food, and the other ladies too, and the black ladies too. They were cooking the food. Since when do you go out to party and you don't eat?
Exactly. I think people get hung up on the whole segregation piece and they're like, oh, no one was able to hang out with each other. Nobody was able to do this and that because of this. Everybody broke rules.
Yes.
That's why this segregation shit don't exist anymore. We're trying to keep it from existing because people are going to intermingle. That's inevitable.
Yes.
It's like you don't know who you are, but I knew that when I gave you ADOS with Yvette Cornell.
You didn't give us nothing.
You gonna tell me why?
You just a You just a
Go ahead.
scammer.
Yeah.
Allegedly.
You are
A
alleged.
poverty pimp, and a trauma pimp.
Come on.
You trying to line your pockets off of this whole experience and not do nothing. You've been sitting in that dark ass house and on that dirty brown couch for years.
Mm-hmm.
Talking bullshit.
But haven't made any impact in the community, and just mad that Tariq Nasheed started off with them. They had a falling out. He went and created his own thing, and it's resonating with the people way more than ADOS ever did.
Yep.
So that's how it goes. Now, me personally, from a legal standpoint, did agree more with the term ADOS, but I felt like that needed to be tweaked too. America is not the legal name of the United States. This sovereign nation, the name is the United States of America. When you put the United States in legal documents, you must put US or USA. America is really almost like a nickname to try to explain it.
Yeah, to kind of shorten it. It
Yes,
still is called America, United States of America.
Yes, because we're on the continent of North America. So it should be American descendants of U.S. enslavement. Foundational Black America. I understand foundational Black Americans. I understand what it means. It has a similar meaning, but it's not exact. They don't have exactly the same philosophy or meaning. For legal purposes, for reparations, I would have to agree more with ADOS, and I would have to still say that ADOS should be tweaked. It should be American descendants of U.S. enslavement. Historians and anthropologists no longer want the term slavery used. As somebody who's in the discipline of history, whether I agree with it or not, as a Black American, let me tell you what they say. The policy makers, the decision makers, they said, the historians with the PhDs said that to call our ancestors slaves is degrading and disrespectful to them, and it takes away all of their human agency. So you should not say the word slaves. You should say enslavement. They were enslaved. They were not slaves. I know you're probably saying, what kind of fooly is this? I'm just
I can
telling you.
see it. I could see it to try to give them their humanity and and it's such an inhumane practice.
Now, far as reparations, if you want to use the term foundational Black America, in my mind, how you can make this work, you can say we are foundational Black Americans, and then you have to back it up with these are the people who were enslaved in the United States. That's the ethnicity. That people of descendants of that specific people group. So you could, I won't say that you can't make FBA work. You just will have to give it more context. Whereas if you say American descendants of U.S. enslavement, the context is right there in the name. The context is there. So all of this to me, whether it's FBA or ADOS, it's about what? It is about proving our reparations case. That's what it's about. It is about proving our reparations case, and it is also about giving us a identifier that we all agree with and are proud of. Now, it seems like the consensus is more Black Americans agree with the term FBA. So I don't have a problem with that either. That's the consensus. I mean, that's just the reality. Irregardless to me of opinion, the consensus is Black Americans prefer FBA over ADOS, over the term of the identifier ADOS.
Yep.
Why am I angry that they showed Chinese in a place that I own property, owning the stores and being our friend at the juke joint, when in actuality they was white adjacent, trying to be white at the schools.
You own property. Let's dissect this. I don't know what your property looks like. I don't know how many acres you have.
It's
I don't
barren.
know.
Barren. Not a
I
single
think
thing
it's
on
barren.
there.
I think it's barren. But let's just say, for argument's sake, I don't know what his property
Because
looks
he's not
like.
living over there. When you're starting something in another place, you got to live over there for a while to get it going.
Come on.
He's still in LA.
He spends most of his time in LA. But this is where I'm going with this. I don't know how he inherited this land. He says it was inherited seven generations down. Now, most Black people don't have just one child, do we?
There is some Black people that have one child.
Outliers, right? So that means he don't own that land by himself. What fool does he think he's talking to? Why he tried to call me an idiot? No, you're the idiot, imbecile, moron, fat, spitty, mush mouth, look like you got a mouth full of hot, wet, soft, diarrhea doo-doo all the time. You mush mouth, imbecile. Let's pull out all the eugenics words since you want to call me an idiot, you clown. You don't own that land by yourself. We're talking 7 generations down, and Black people like to make babies. So each child owns an interest in that land, and each child's child owns an interest in the land. You probably own that land with like 50 people right now.
Why he trying to act like he own it outright just by himself?
Yes. He can't do nothing on the land. because they have to all come together and agree as to what they want to do with the land. I don't know who he thought he was talking to, but he need to go take his Juris Doctorate. He need to take that back to USC or UCLA. He might need to get his money back because it seems like his comprehension skills are lacking, or he just full of shit. His brain is full of shit, just like his mouth.
A brown brain.
Yeah. He's so full of shit that his tears run brown.
Lessons from Black and Chinese relationships in the Deep South. Young Chinese recipients are described as departing for big cities. Look, I don't want to read this whole thing, but I want to do one section just to be clear. Teenager Ling Wing explains how even though she grew up with Black people, her family doesn't want her to date Black boys. So that person would be at the juke joint.
No, that's the daughter that's standing in the doorway that's looking at smoke like she could unalive him. Nobody ever said that Chinese Americans and Black Americans have this perfect symbiotic relationship. We know that we don't.
He's missing the whole point. The whole point outside of the horror aspects of the movie was to highlight the diversity in Mississippi. Because what's the stereotype that we have for Mississippians?
That it's just black and white.
That it's just
burning.
Yeah, it's just black and white. It's severely impoverished. There's nothing going on down there. And, half of that is true, but the other half is that there was a rich culture and art that was being made down there. And you had other people than just white and Black people. You had Asian people and you had the Choctaw. So that's what the movie was showing.
What he misses in the article or tries to scapegoat or tries to skate through is that the young Chinese lady that's talking in the article says that more Chinese, and I don't know what time this article is talking about. I don't know if it's in the 30s or more contemporary time, but the lady is saying that more Chinese are leaving the Mississippi Delta and moving to big cities. As we showed in the documentary by Dolly Lee, who was also a consultant on the movie Sinners.
Yes, Ryan personally sought her out to be a part of the movie because didn't she help with a certain Chinese dialect that they spoke?
Yes, that's right. I'm glad you brought that up. Ryan asked her at that time, would the Chinese have spoken Cantonese or Toisan? And she said they would have spoken Toisan.
He don't even know what the fuck he's talking about. He did not do not one lick of research on this movie pretty much. And he just threw his whole agenda on it. That's why you have to be careful about what sources you watch, what information you get it from, because there's a lot of people on the internet that want to spread lies and promote and propagate their agenda instead of just talking about the facts. The facts is the facts.
If we deserve number one, but also he claims that it is not just a deserving, it is a need, that we need reparations because we don't have any money as a collective, right? We don't have any wealth.
Because he's stealing it all.
The little that we have, right? I'm going to give his ass a wooden nickel. But anyway, where would we get all of this money from to have completely 100% Black American FBA ADOS productions? I mean, the writer, director, producers, cast, everybody, financiers, investors, everybody, the people who do the score, right?
Mm-hmm.
The editors, the people behind the boom mic, the camera people, the cinematographers, everybody. The studio is Black America in particular. No immigrants, no African immigrants, no Caribbean immigrants, no white folks, no Europeans, right? Just Black Americans. In what world could that happen? I thought you said we ain't had no money. I had to take a pause. Let us all take a pause and sit in that for a moment. In what world could we make that happen if we don't collectively have any money? We got Tyler Perry owns his own studio. Cat Williams has just bought some land in Ohio. He's starting a studio, and I think he bought some land somewhere else in the South too. So now he'll have 2 studios or whatever he wants to do with them. It's haven't even been confirmed that Cat Williams is going to take his land and turn it into a studio. That is just an assumption right now. So let's just say currently we only have 1 studio, Tyler Perry Studio.
Hello.
Hello. How many movies could Tyler Perry Studios make a year? And where you have all Black American, all FBA, all ADOS, everything.
Well, he'll shit on that too.
But
Divorcing the Black.
Right. Well, he brings up Fences. Fences is yes, a all Black American cast. But let me tell you something. I bet you the editor wasn't.
Yep.
The studio wasn't. The cameraman wasn't.
You get help from wherever you can.
Right.
It doesn't matter what color the help is. You need the help.
You need qualified help. Qualified. So what good does it do me to hire a Black American person and they're unqualified? What good does it do me to hire a white person and they're unqualified? Yeah, I might want to hire you because you're my girl or you're my friend, you're my homie. But if you're unqualified, how does that help me? How does that get done what I need done?
Exactly. Nothing.
Then he said that he liked the King Richard movie about Venus and Serena. Again, everybody who worked on that movie was not Black, nor were they Black American.
Exactly.
So it's all the people that's on his screen are all Black American. He want to halfway act like he's okay with the movie. That is such a limited perspective, and it makes no sense for someone who claims that he's so deep, he's so intellectually deep. What studio or studios, some of these movies take so much money to make. It is 4 and 5 and 6 studios are brought in together just to get shit made.
And period pieces are very difficult to make because you have to go back and get the cars of that time, the clothes of that time. Try to film it in a location that didn't age, that wasn't upgraded like the other half of the city.
Yes.
You gotta pay all these set designers, and you gotta pay the background actors. You gotta dress them up in 50s gear, or hell, if we're doing ancient movie and it takes place in Rome, you got to dress them up in ancient Roman garb. Okay, so Muck Muck is back. We don't need Hollywood to make and put out a movie. The great Oscar Michelle showed us that independent filmmaking is the way.
You speak French. Isn't that a French name?
Yes, very French. Michelle. Because the A, Michelle ooh. Because the E, the A, and the U is a O. It just makes an O sound, so it's ooh. Like boo and boo.
Well, Muck, I'm gonna push back on your statement a little bit because I love independent films. There's nothing wrong with independent films.
I like independent films too.
I do like. I always say, had Ice Cube actually put his own money into Friday, he would really be a billionaire now. But because he brought in investors and listened to bad advice, he didn't make the money off that first Friday that he could have made.
Oscar
But
Michel is 100% FBA. I know he's 100% FBA, but that's definitely a French surname. Very Francais surname. I'm a francophone here.
what is FBA? You say Oscar is 100% FBA, but Oscar has a French surname. What is FBA? I think that's something that we got to get over as Black Americans. And the one drop rule is a non-scientific pseudoscience rule that was only put in place to lock biracial people out of white privilege. White privilege is a social construct. Racism is a social construct. Race is a social construct. It's not real. It's whatever the people of the society say it is. It's a social construct. I have a Scottish surname. I am part Scottish. What is FBA? What is ADOS? To say that I am one, what is Black, right? Because Black in the United States is a qualifier for African, of African descent. Okay, so let's go down that road. I am of African descent, but not in totality. Muck, we talked earlier about the American Indian influence in Mississippi. I talked about the fact that my great grandmother on my maternal side was Cherokee. I also have Cherokee on my paternal side. So now I am Black. I say I'm FBA, ADOS, whatever, Black American. I'm a descendant of U.S. enslavement. But when you test my blood, I am not 100% of African descent. So isn't that FBA? Isn't that the story of FBA, of ADOS, being African, American Indian, and European? I'm asking.
Yeah, pretty much.
You can still come up, Muck, if you off from work now. I'm not attacking you. I'm just pushing back. We're having a discussion. Oh,
You can read that whole article.
I do want to finish addressing Muck's comment though, because the part 2 to his comment is independent filmmaking. Yes, I like independent filmmaking, but what you have to
That was actually the first part of his comment, but I guess that was some kind of delay.
What you
because
have to keep in mind, advertisement is expensive. Nobody knows you made this movie. Nobody knows that they should care about this movie if you don't have $1 million budget to promote this movie. How many people have watched my live today? Given my subscriber count. Let's just keep it funky. Let's keep it real. This is how this all works. I am a small channel with a low subscriber count. I have to get my videos out to break through the algorithm. So I love independent films, but how many independent films have grossed $1 billion, 350 million? Not many. And again, this is Ryan Cooglar's baby. This is how Ryan Cooglar wanted to do it, not how Sharita and I wanted to do it. This is up to this man. Now you say we don't need Hollywood to do anything for us. You know, it's different routes. It's more than one way to skin a cat. Now, we could start making a lot of independent films, get whatever money we can, pull our money together, and create a studio. You're not wrong about that. But it would start off small. I'm not, so, but some people want to go big or go home out the park. That's what Ryan Cooglar is on. So he does use Hollywood, right? And it's nothing that I can say about that. I didn't write Sinners. He did. I didn't direct Sinners. He did. And I didn't help Sinners get financed. He did. And financed in the way he wants to finance. He wanted a $90 million budget. And just going the IFC route, the independent film route,
The movie probably wouldn't be as big as it is now.
Because they need that market. Most of your budget is not even paying the actors or getting the set location. It is that marketing. Marketing is going.
It's for that marketing, so you can have that dude with that deep voice. When the Sinners come out? What day?
April 18th, I think.
On April 18th. Prepare yourself. This isn't just Shug Avery's juke joint, but a juke joint of horrors. As we step in a tense field of strong decision making that will keep the pack alive. See, stuff like that had to keep it to give you advertisement.
And that's true because look at the artwork for the movie Sinners. They got like at least I've seen.
They had to pay a graphic designer for that.
Yes, and that's what Smoke is paying for in the movie too. The wife does the sign and
the promotional photo shoots that they had to have, the digital effects to put both Michael B. Jordans on the screen together.
Yes, that costs. It costs. And I would like to see us have that type of money one day where we don't have to seek outside financing. But right now we just don't have it. You got to crawl before you can
A lot
walk.
of other races of people don't have it either, and they rely on big studios to help them.
Right. So what do you think about that, Muck? I mean, I think we both made, I'm talking about you, Muck, not me, just me and Cheeks. I think that me and Cheeks and you have both made some good points. Yes, independent films are awesome. Can we do that? Yes. But again, how many people, what did we, be honest, Muck, what did we used to call those type of films? B movies.
Yep. Okay, so Muck came back. Guerrilla filmmaking is a real thing. All you need is a good script and a halfway decent camera. The Soderbergh films. Soderbergh. In Unsane and High Flying. Yeah, High Flying Bird was shot on an iPhone. We need to stop with the excuses. Again, I didn't even know those movies existed because of the advertisement.
What is my opinion on your statement, your comment? I just recently, straight up, I just recently heard over the last maybe 2 or 3 months, heard of Unsane and High Flying Bird. I'm like Cheeks. I didn't know that those movies exist. So I cannot say that we're making excuses for why we don't make more independent films. I think to me, it's room for both. It's wrong. It's room for the big Hollywood productions, and it's room for the independent films. But again, just in my mind,
And Ryan
we got
Coogler, he did a good job. He can own his movie in the next 25 years.
yes, IP. It was shot on an iPhone. Well, I think it would take a bigger audience than just the three of us to say, do they enjoy films that's shot on an iPhone? Do you want to pay $13 a ticket for a movie that's shot on an iPhone? It would take more than just my opinion. It would take the collective consensus. And again, it's about the writer's vision and the director's vision. This is all Ryan Coogler's baby. He wrote this, and this is how he wanted to finance it. This is how he wanted to shoot it. This is what he wanted to do. So I'm not mad at Ryan for his route, and I'm not mad at somebody else that wants to shoot a movie on an iPhone. And
That's creative too.
that is creative. That is creative. I'm not mad at either way. And a good movie is a good movie, right? A good story is a good story. Whether it's shot by IMAX, 70 millimeter, or if it's shot on an iPhone.
On your own. But again, back to the theaters, 8 p.m. When am I there? Going back to the top of the show, Sinners is the worst kind of vampiric bloodbath, a sloppy one. You can't allow the fact that it was in Mississippi and the cotton was shown to mask the fact that it just wasn't a good horror film. And, I'm in agreement with this article. You might find another one that you're in agreement with. Once the deal is done, the siblings head to the market, and this is parts of it I'm going to read. The market owned by the Chinese immigrants couple, Bo and Grace, whom they hire. Come on. So we hiring them, hugging on them, come outside and shoot the man in the black pole man in the butt that apologized and said, I'm sorry. Okay, stop. They hired them to provide food, supplies, and a sign. God, they're going to give us the food, the supplies, and the sign.
Because you could not
Whose grand
own
opening is
businesses
that
in
easy. We're going to do it that
segregation.
day. We're going to
Go ahead, what?
Because you cannot own a grocery store in fucking segregation. So they needed the food and the supplies from the Chinese.
Okay. I want to say this to that. Go read Ida B. Wells' Southern Horrors, Lynch Law in all its phases. Ida B. Wells talks about how when she was in Tennessee, because she's from she was born and raised in Holly Springs, Mississippi. And then she moved to Tennessee in her, I think, mid-20s. She works with two guys. Ida went to college. She became a journalist. She bought an interest in a newspaper called The Free Speech and Headlight. And she had two male black friends. One of them owned a grocery store. She went somewhere. I can't remember where. I don't know if she went on vacation or whatever, but she left for a little while. While she was gone, her friend who owned a general store, black man, he owned this store about 1 to 5 blocks away from a store that was owned by a white man. The white man was upset. Now, this is for real historical events, right? We're talking about Ida B. Wells. So the white man gets upset that the black man is taking away his black customers. The white man and his friends go over to the black man's store, set it on fire, try to beat him up. The black man goes and gets his homeboy. They
Okay,
go
so
back.
Muck Muck came and said, "Sister, respectfully, there were many black grocery stores during segregation. Then why are
Okay,
we eating from the Chinese?"
let me finish my story. This is about the same time. Well, this was like 1880. So this is 50 years before Center. So the black man and his friends, they go over to the white guy's store and they fight back. They go with guns, they fight back. Subsequently, the black man who owned that grocery store was unalive. He was unalive. And when he was unalive, the black people and the store was burnt down. They had nowhere to go. And they ended up going right back to that white guy's store. And I think one or two of the white men were unalive too. And so that created a frenzy where these white people now were starting to attack the black men and lynching them. By the time Ida B. Wells gets back to Tennessee, all mayhem and all shit done broke loose. She writes about it in the newspaper, the Free Speech. Then she went somewhere else again. Ida was always traveling. So she went somewhere else again, and news got back to her that if she brought her ass back to Tennessee, they was going to lynch her too. Because they had an attitude about her writing about their diabolical behavior in the newspaper. So we see from this event that takes place 50 years before Centers, this is what was going on. This is what's going on now. We can take our stories back in our neighborhood, but it will be difficult and tough. We are asking our people to make a sacrifice. We would have to pitch in with one another. We would have to get all the things that we need so that we could boycott, so that we would not have to buy from people we don't want to buy from.
Okay, so Muck Muck said maybe in that small area there wasn't, but overall there were number of black grocery stores throughout the segregated South.
There was a number of grocery stores throughout the segregated South, Muck, but how often were they not burned down? They
Burned
don't.
down. You dropped a bomb on
They
me.
don't want Muck. They don't want economic competition from us. They don't want economic competition from us to this day.
Yep.
They like black money just like they like white money. And since they have the power structure to lock us out, that's what they do. Whether it's through violence, whether it's through we can't get small business loans from Chase Bank, BMO, whatever it is, they whisper in each other's ear. Hey, if I got a Chevy dealership and then there's a black person that's got a GMC dealership, right? Or I don't know. Don't GMC make Chevy? Kia. Well, I want all the money and I want everybody to come buy a Chevy. That's what's going on. And then you have to look at all of these incidents are nuanced. We got black people that's like, hey, I don't want a Kia, I want the Chevy. Well, you think the white man's ice is colder. Is it that I think it's colder or I just don't want a Kia? I want a Chevy. You got to remember, two people got free will to go shop and get the products that they like. Some people like Aldi. Some people like, you got Kroger's. We don't have Kroger's in Illinois.
We do, but in like select locations.
Oh, Okay, down in the sundown towns. I don't think I've ever seen a Kroger's in my life. But we have all these, we have Mariano's. Like they set all of this stuff up. They have these meetings behind the scenes and they say, well, Kroger's can come here, Kroger's can be in Virginia,
Okay, so
Kroger's
Mugmug
can.
says, I'm not in disagreeing with you. I'm just wanting to correct that small part.
Okay, okay. Look, Mug. I want to see us win. I want to see us economically come up. And right now, we're just brainstorming. We're just kicking back ideas. We're talking about historical facts, events, and how can we combat this, right, on our own, whether it's from these horrible 360 deals that have gone on in the music industry. We have lost our IPs to TV series, cartoons, movies, everything. Our inventions have been taken from us. Our patents were taken. Everything. I mean, Black American history is so vast that the average person that's not Black American, especially if they're foreign, the way we can be portrayed in media, they wouldn't even believe. And they don't believe that our ancestors created or improved upon so much stuff in this nation, stuff that they take for granted. George Washington Carver created over 300 different products from just the peanut. That peanut butter that everybody loves and stuff, a Black man is behind that. We was talking about that last night when we was preparing for this live stream. We was talking about the Ancient Mama pancakes, the syrup, the Jack Daniels. What else did we talk about, Chief?
Just
How
a
a
lot.
Black woman moved on the ironing board. How a
Mhm.
Black man created the components for the cell phone. How a Black woman created LASIK eye surgery. A Black man, Charles Drew, he did the first open heart surgery. He separated plasma from the blood. Garrett A. Morgan created the stoplight, the gas mask. I mean, you would not be able to have modern warfare if it was not for a Black American man. The gas mask. But if you talk to the average Arab in Egypt, I'm not talking about an Arab American, and even a lot of them too. If you talk to them about these things, because people don't believe that the United States is our nation because we have not been in physical control. We have not been able to set the narrative. A lot of people believe that the United States is a white nation and that everything good about the United States came from white people. And we're just baby mamas, baby daddies living in the projects, getting Section 8 food stamps, which is nothing wrong with saving food stamps. If you need it, get it. But it has a bad connotation, is my point.
Yeah, the stereotypes. That's why stereotypes are so harmful.
The stereotypes, the stereotypes. And when we start telling them all of the things that Black people have done, they're dismayed, flabbergasted, or think we're lying and capping. If it wasn't for Black women, the United States would have never gotten out of this atmosphere. Now we know that they did not originally go to the moon, and at first when it was a lie. But when they finally did get out of this atmosphere, it was because of Black women, a Black female mathematician. We got to start singing our own song more. That's all I'm saying. And so we're going to have differences of opinions because it's been a mess. And it is a mess. And how do we get out of this mess?
We have to
Well,
learn how to We have to learn how
Right.
to agree to disagree and not have, fighting, crazy fighting and stuff.
Yeah. As long as the goal is the same, we may have different routes, but the goal is the same. The mission and the purpose is bigger than the route. I think we get so caught up in the route. Well, I want to go left and then right and then go left and then hit the point. Well, I want to go right and right, take another right and take another right and come back left and hit. And it's like, it's okay. Both ways is okay as long as we both get there on time
Yep.
to the destination. I'm coming. I'm coming.
Bad in the morning, we'll be open by tonight. Smoke and Stack are delineated by the color of their attire, and Stack's single gold too. Yet aside from their superficial differences, they're mostly the same. And Sinner suffers for it because Smoke and Stack are so alike. Jordan is basically giving the same performance twice. How many people in the chat understand what he means that watched the movie? That it was like pointless to have him play both roles. He just didn't have it. Jonathan Majors should have played the Stack guy, I guess. And then it made
No.
Right. That's his opinion. That's your opinion. I saw the movie twice now myself, and I felt like they are different characters, and he did an awesome job. And go ahead, Chief.
No. Michael B. Jordan did a good job playing both of the Stack brothers, and they're twins. And it wouldn't be good if Jonathan Majors was all in it.
make more sense. I don't think it fixed the movie, but it made it better. That Majors guy would have had them lines right. Jordan is basically giving the same performance twice. They were calling into
He
question
couldn't
the
even
necessity of the
save
film.
himself. Jonathan Majors couldn't even save himself from that case. It took Megan Good to help him.
This is true. No lies detected.
Central CGI enabled gimmick. Still, the actor's magnetism is more than enough to shoulder the weight of the material. His twins began preparing for their big night by enlisting Sammy to play some of his authentic Down and Dirty Blue tunes on a harmonica. Sinners takes a sweet time on Smoke and Stack's day-long errands. So they did all this during the day, and somehow at night it's just nice, this slaughterhouse, which additionally involves Stacks run-in with Mary Haley Steinfeld, looking perpetually out of place. I agree. Who's furious over being called dropped by her beau. And Smoke's reunion with Wumi Masaku, a Bayou medicine woman. Cooglar establishes his scenario patiently, steeping the proceedings in an inviting 30s atmosphere. Alas, very little of note takes place during the early going in the film's cursory address of the era's racial dynamics. Somebody in the chat said, and I don't know, I just know everywhere I look, she's described as a Nigerian American. Her mama, ADOS. Why is she not described as ADOS? Then why is she getting called Nigerian American? Because then she just be ADOS.
She's British, correct?
Yes.
Who the fuck put together this article?
Somebody in his chat said her mama was FBA ADOS, that she was Black American. And then he's like, well, I don't know. All I know is they keep saying that she's a Nigerian American, not an American, Nigerian actress. See, this is why I don't like secondary sources. See, secondary sources.
Because shit gets all muddled and fucked up.
Right. Mm-hmm.
And it's just all people's own subjective opinions. Okay, so Muck Muck came back and he said Jonathan Majors' performance in Magazine Dreams was incredible. Whatever you think of him. Ooh, I think he got smoked for me.
I have not seen Magazine Dreams. I've seen the trailer for it. so I can't speak to his performance in that. But I will say this.
I only know Jonathan Majors from Lovecraft Country and like a few of the other stuff that he was able to play in his such short career.
Ooh, now that was a shot. Shady. You said his short career. It's not over, Cheeks. I think he has a movie out now, I think. It might be the movie that the brother Muck Muck is talking about. Is that movie out now, Muck Muck Magazine Dreams? Is that the one he has out now? Or is this an older movie? Because, you know, I've been in school for 200 years, honey. Sometimes I miss some stuff here and there in what's going on in pop culture. But I would just say that, again, the point of the stream for me is that Antonio Moore did not do enough research.
Okay, he said, yeah, it's out now.
It's out now. Okay. He didn't do the research that he's trying to pretend that he has to slam this movie. Is my point. He want to act like he is father time, big papa research, and it's just not true. And Jonathan Majors, he did an awesome job in Lovecraft Country. I wanted that series to come back. I didn't know why it got canceled in the first place. And the young lady who plays Annie in Sinners, wasn't she Jonathan's? No,
Sister?
I don't remember. No, because I know that Journey Smollett was her sister in Lovecraft Country, which can kind of tie back into Sinners because it's Chicago in the 1950s, and her sister Wumi played She Sings the Blues in the 1950s, and it starts off because Emmett Till has been unalive in Mississippi. I mean, it just all correlates. But I didn't see him in Creed, but I do know him to be a good actor. He is a good actor. I don't have any. I don't have. Look, I'm torn. I'm torn about his charges. Since Muck want to bring that up, whatever you think about him, I'm torn about his charges because she said he had choked on her before, prior to the incident that was caught on film. Not only the two of them know, but from what I'm seeing, I see a woman attacking a man. That's what I see. I see a woman attacking a man. I see a man trying to get his phone out of her hand. I see that they are having a heated exchange. They are upset with each other. He gets his phone, he pushes her back off of him, and he takes off running. That's what I see. I did not get into the details of his case. I just know that he had 4 charges and he was convicted of, I believe, 2. So I don't have any bad thoughts about Jonathan Majors. I didn't see him bludgeon or beat a woman. If I saw him do that, I wouldn't support him at all. But I didn't see him do that. And so Megan Good comes along, as we all know. They had previously met at a party, she said, and then they had met again. And then when he started having his legal trouble, she was like, well, hey, I'm your friend. I want to support you. I don't want to see you go through this alone. And that's what she did. Megan Good is a grown woman. It's like 44, 45 years old. She can make decisions for herself. If it was a Chris Brown situation, I would have a different opinion. Now, some people give Chris Brown grace, mercy, and a pass that he was very young when that took place and blah, blah, blah. But my point in bringing up Chris Brown is that I haven't seen Jonathan Majors give a woman a pumpkin head or make her face look the way that Rihanna's face looked. So Cheeks has her own opinion, and maybe, but that's my opinion. If he had been in this movie, I think he would have done a good job. But they couldn't be twins. They look nothing alike. They're not the same height. There's no way they could be identical twins. So, and I can only take Ryan Cooglar on his word. He said that he never wanted Jonathan Majors to be in this movie. I don't know. Is Ryan lying? He could be. I don't know. But some of this stuff is fact and some of it's speculation. That's just my point. And some of it's speculation. But that movie that he's in now, I'll check it out. Magazine Dreams.
Because you don't see it? Whatever.
Do you have a clean driving record? Did you know you could pay as low as $39 a month in car insurance? How?
I wish I was paying $39
in the film's cursory address of the era's racial dynamics, leaving the story feeling thin, which it was thin, meaning it didn't just layer anything. It just was like plot filler. Annie is a medicine woman, so she gonna tell us that the vampires, we didn't do any development on how we would know about the vampires, but we fill the plot with all the holes up with these random realities that don't make no sense. She know everything about vampires because she ain't never seen one, but she know garlic and the steak and the this, and we make the steaks in 2 minutes. Come on, stop.
She's a
It's not
she's
a
a
movie.
practitioner of hoodoo.
He's such a fool. She explains in the movie. How long did he want this movie to be? 10 hours? Yeah, we always gonna go to sleep. If it was that long. I just disagree with his assessment, and I disagree. What I really take issue with is his attitude and how he seeks to destroy Black film makers. If they don't kiss his ass and do everything the way he thinks they should, he tries to destroy it. He can never say, well, that wasn't quite my cup of tea, or I wouldn't have done it quite that way. But, hey, hats off to this Black man. How about that?
Exactly.
No, he got to seek to destroy it. In my mind, there's a special place in hell for Miss Antonia Mortonti. In my mind, he's an agent.
Oh my God, the classic agent storyline.
Yeah, in my mind, he's an agent. What unity does he bring about with us? None. So Annie says that her mama, for one, you have to keep in mind, Annie's not from the Delta. She's not from Mississippi. She's from Louisiana originally. So she grew up in Louisiana, and they moved to Mississippi. She said that her mama had told her about, of course, Hanks and vampires, that she's heard of it, and she knows what you can do to get rid of them. But she said she had never seen a vampire herself until that night. It's like, dude, did we even watch the same movie? Did you even watch it? Because it doesn't seem like you did.
He was too busy trying to microwave his Hot Pockets, and his microwave wasn't working.
Too busy trying to sneak Hot Pockets and everything into the theater because he's too cheap to pay for the food at the theater. And he's got to bring a whole roasted chicken up in the theater with him. They don't even have enough food there to feed him.
Cursory address of the era's racial dynamics leaves the story feeling thin and frustratingly slow. So it's frustratingly slow. How many people went to sleep on the movie? That's all I'm asking. And if you love it, go see it 3 times. And don't go to sleep, though. That arrives courtesy of Remick, an enigmatic stranger who knocks on the door of a KKK couple seeking shelter from the sun that's scorching his skin. Remick is a creature of the night, and he's destined to lead the siege on Smoking Stacks Club. Okay. Again, this is the Daily Beast article. Sinners is the worst kind of vampire bloodbath, a sloppy one. And I'm in agreement. Cooglar wants to say and do a lot, and his film is ultimately hampered by it. And that upends his main event, Smoking Stacks. In any decade's fashion, Jordan lights up the screen. Cooglar regards to the action sluggishness, crafts a few indelible moments, such as a scene that cuts between a singer stomping his feet and a barnstormer. Neither artist, however, quite figures out how to make their latest collaboration harmonize, leaving it clumsy, if occasionally alluring. And those people that don't think that, you just got different tastes. Somebody said you can't enjoy it for entertainment. Well, you tell him to not add in history. No, we don't do that here.
The history is correct. It happened.
Get up. Black folks in America live in a house that has invisible walls that only we recognize as a house. That's what this flat blackness is. So we let anybody that want to come inside the little house in the house. They got everybody outside doing the slave spiritual together. God, we just all together. The Irish vampire. It was good. He was Irish. I want to talk about it. I want to see it. I want to hear it. I'm just giving a landing place because I know it's hard for people who walked in there and didn't feel good when they walked out because they feel like they wasted their money because everybody group thinking and you don't got no place to land and they telling you it's just entertainment, but then you telling them, well, I got to teach my friend that the Chinese weren't our friends, so it wasn't just entertainment. And I got to ask, why should we support this if it wasn't an ADOS woman playing Annie? And the white lady, she went and I don't know. They said she got a great granddaddy that's black or something they did with the Steinfeld lady. I don't know what that was. Everybody in the movie had different accents. Some people from Memphis and some Kansas City. It was just a slurred kind of speech. Wasn't Mississippi though. But then again, even the main thing got wrong because I believe Jonathan. When I got back, I'm thinking like one of the things that really fell off and what fell off. And again, I have the right to criticize because he took my money. I paid it, but he took my money. So this is not a donation.
Right here. Okay, so did Miss Moore use AI to put Jonathan Major's face on Michael B. Jordan's body? Because this looks uncanny as hell. You see it?
Yeah, I don't think so. I think that's him. I don't know. Somebody else
He
may
got
have
so
done it.
petty. Miss Moore got so petty that she had to rely on AI to make her dreams come true.
Cheeks is the wrong one to mess with.
What you use? Stable Fusion, Open AI, Luma, Cleon.
Get it, Cheeks. Weigh them out. Weigh them out.
Because this looks uncanny as hell. So you gonna AI ruin this man's movie? Wow, a new low.
Trying to, but I don't see where it's working. I don't see where nobody is listening to Miss Antonio Triple D bra wearing Moore.
Bob from Fight Club.
Tone tits Moore. I don't see where anybody's listening to him. He couldn't even make his own organization fly. ADOS Chicago, I believe it has like 30 members, if that, baby. I might be making it too high. When have Antonio Moore and Yvette Carnell come to Chicago?
No,
Never.
I've never seen them here.
They did not, and they did not support us when Black Chicago was hollering, crying, and screaming about the illegal South American immigration. I watched Antonio Moore as people called in on the show and said, well, Black Chicago is fighting Black Chicago's doing because if you don't kiss his ass, I got the theme now. If you don't kiss his ass and turn him into your new brown skin plantation owner, then he's got a problem. Yes, the Baltimore.
Oh my goodness.
You knows everything, Baltimore. I knows nothing, boss. And you are the mother of civilization, boss more, because I'm looking at the big breasts and I just want to breastfeed. You gonna nourish all of us, Tom. Boss more. You gonna nourish all of us. Pick a dick down here.
Uh-oh, George Freeman. George Freeman.
I wouldn't know how to breathe in the morning, boss more.
Look at George Freeman's comment. You see the baby bottles?
I put it on the screen. Because you must be the mother of civilization.
No black politics. This is a place like a restaurant with food. I get to give a critique on what I thought about the food. Now you can have your own critique, do your own video, but I'm telling you,
food,
you believe that
food. Feed me. Of course you'll use the analogy to compare this movie to his food. Because that's all you do. You eat off that money from the little ADOS donations that you get. So you can feed that 400.
Yvette wide back ass can continue to wear her little bad made Walmart suits. And she showed up in Atlanta in that Walmart suit that was wrinkled. But when she had a little conference recently that cost $250,000, she went and got that pressing curl. And I think she had on that same little bad suit. I mean, if you're going to steal the people's money or try to trick the people out of their money, at least could you go to the Men's Warehouse or something, man?
Yes.
Hell, go to Burlington Coat Factory. They got some nice suits in there too. Please stay off the back clearance rack up at the Walmart event.
Or the thrift store.
Oh my goodness, that too. Yeah, she real thrifty.
Yeah, you know how people would get suits from the thrift store for a job interview?
Yes. Yvette got that same tired gray suit that she wears everywhere. It's ill-fitted and it's always wrinkled. I mean, the wrinkles look like the waves in Lake Michigan. When she got her little hair done for that conference they just had, I thought I was looking at Jerry Lee Lewis, Great Balls of Fire. She had the little swirl and the little curl hanging down in the front. Yeah, normally I would not be this brutal, but these two mofos done got all the way out their bodies. And somebody got to give them some heat. They're ridiculous.
I was fired, then tell me why everybody I asked keeps saying they went to sleep in the middle. Oh. Okay.
Maybe everybody went to sleep in the middle because they may have some substance problems. You know, a mind is a terrible thing to waste.
Exactly.
First, put your pipe down. Leave your pipe at home. Maybe that's why all the people that you know went to sleep, because I haven't heard anybody all the way in the UK say that they went to sleep.
Or
in the
maybe they
middle
just had carbon monoxide poisoning and they had to go to the hospital
of,
from
maybe
all the
they had
fire smoke.
and just typical, usual, small, bad air quality.
Here we go. Here we go. But when I got home, I realized they probably spent $30 million of the budget on making Michael B. Jordan twice. Like, we just gonna put him on there. And I was like, who missing from this movie? What black actor? I said, maybe Jonathan Majors as the second twin could have helped it limp a bit. Then I looked it up and it said, yep, it was reported that Jonathan Majors was originally cast in the film Sinners, report said. So what?
That is gossip, rumor, and hearsay. Ryan has said it's not true. So just because you find another fool on the internet to correlate your wild and wildest dreams doesn't make it true. Some of your wildest dreams is to be the milkmaid that you always wanted to be, but it's not coming all the way through. Maybe some of that ADOS donation money that you and Yvette is trying to constantly take in is so that you can finish getting the rest of that boob job. And so she can get a better suit. And maybe you need to go see the Chinese. Maybe you need to go to one of those Chinese cleaners so Yvette can get that suit steamed and ironed properly.
What you think is phenomenal is imagine a world where you got to do a recipe and the recipe requires for sugar and eggs and milk, and instead of giving you milk, they gave you 2 eggs, and you still ate the same finished dish and said that was fabulous.
You know what, Cheeks? I think you're on to something. Every analogy he gives goes back to food. Is this man just starving?
To feed that 400-pound baby he got in that gut.
Right. He knows a lot about twins because he looks like he's carrying them.
You don't even know the milk missing? I just saw on TikTok that Jonathan Majors was supposed to play the twin in the Sinners movie, but after Legal Wars, they cut his part out, and Michael B. Jordan just played both roles. We just gonna give you 2 eggs. The rest of
this attorney is going to TikTok. TikTok is a credible source now.
Wow. Because he's so desperate. He's so desperate to be so young.
From USC, UCLA, law school, if you don't go back and get that 100,000 for that Juris Doctorate.
He's so desperate to be so young.
Huh?
He's so desperate to be so young. Because that's another thing. He shits on the old. And I'm not. I'm only 22 and I don't like TikTok. I hate that shit.
He's misogynistic. He's an ageist. But I guess if my mama gave birth to me at 2 years old, I'd be an ageist too.
He wants a better version of himself. Have you ever dreamt of a better version of yourself? Younger. Slimmer. More
no
beautiful.
Taco meat on my face.
Yeah, no taco meat on my face. Just single injection will unlock your DNA and start a new DNA sequence, and you will release a better version of yourself.
You know, I was mad because he called me an idiot. But now that I'm rewatching his review, this is sad. this man who sits up here and weaponizes his education went to a post on social media from a chick that was talking about she was on TikTok. And all you nut heads have come together and come to this conclusion. So now TikTok is a primary source. Not the guy who wrote the movie. Not the guy who got the financing for the movie. Not the guy who directed the movie. Who assisted in casting for the movie. But Miss Brittany on TikTok. And your lawyer, counselor, you need to approach the bench. We need to have a sidebar, counselor. Your undergrad has failed you. Your Juris Doctorate has failed you. Miss Antonia Moore, you need to make a big pot of green tea, chamomile tea, drink it all, take a hot bath, and take a nap. And rethink your whole life. And anybody that supports you need to rethink it. I believe we all supported you because that was a righteous cause. Reparation. Shit, we all could use a
But
check.
we all seen this movie before. It was always some black person with a good cause to try to help their community. And that was Jesse Jackson with the Rainbow Push. And he screwed over the black community. That's Al Sharpton. He's a scammer too.
National Action Network. But we know he's an informant. Speaking of him, I don't even know how Al Sharpton is allowed to still run around in the community. I liked it when the young people was getting on that ass and running him out of there. But he was at Roberta Flack's funeral looking like Skeletor.
Skeletor trying to keep his hair.
Girl, yes. He got a hot pressing comb in that apartment.
Recipe say sugar, flour, eggs, milk, and a number of other things. And they said we can't find no milk at the store. Just throw 2 eggs in it. They don't know the difference. God. I'm just saying to you, it's just entertainment. 310-388-3499. I might not take no calls. I might just do this one on my own. We'll see. I don't know.
He didn't end up taking any calls because he thought he was going to get that booty spank. And you were.
You know, I'm just talking. I'm just walking through my feelings about it and walking through some of the facts about it and walking through the truth about the sip. I need the sip to stand up and say, I don't know if I saw that much sip in there. I saw a slurred 30s black person, but I don't know about the sip. Only a few more tweets and y'all will be saying the Irish were slaves too. So somebody said, another thing I noticed about Sinners was the vampire was Irish. Irish folks were also othered and placed in the same box as black people. So the blacks and the Chinese and the Irish and y'all telling me that it was just entertainment.
They were not placed in the exact same box. And any of us that understand anything about history know that the Irish were indentured servants. The Chinese was cheap immigrant labor. England had their boot on Ireland for 800 years. And everything they did to us here, they did to the Irish in Ireland. Once they came here, they were indentured servants. That's how you get Bacon's Rebellion, where the Irish indentured servants and the African slaves band together to take over this plantation. But the plantation owner played a game. He went to the Irish and said, we're both white. Why destroy all my stuff? I'll give you a little bit of money and I'll set you free. And the Irish turned on the blacks. And that was one incident. And then we also noted a lot of the Irish, as they came in and out, where we mess history up at is when we say it was just only one way between any two people groups. If this went on for any amount of time, it was nuanced. It didn't just happen one way. Then the Irish, as they continue to come in, they become overseers on the plantations. And they get the nickname Patty Rollers because most of them are called what? Patrick, Patty. So the Patty Rollers were the progenitors of our modern day police force and fire department. The Irish took over the fire departments too. We know this. I don't think Ryan Cooglar thought he was going to end racism with sinners. That would be nice. I don't think that was his goal. That's a very lofty goal to have.
But I think he wanted for us to think about something.
Yes, that hurt people hurt people. And the English hurt the Irish, and the Irish came here and hurt us. We never said that they did. That's how the vampire Remick is trying to play on the black people's minds, where he's saying to Smoke, they were never going to let you be free. I can hear their thoughts now because the husband and the wife that he took, when the Choctaws
Yeah,
showed
that's
up,
right. Remick consumes your memories.
he consumes your memory. He said, they're coming in the morning to unalive all of y'all. Why don't you join me where you can be free? You've never been free here. They've worked you to the bone. You don't have any economic opportunities. Join me. A lot of people have already broken that down and said that you can look at this a multitude of ways. The Irish were hurt by the English, but then came here and hurt us. The Irish are white, but they were not considered white by who? The white Anglo-Saxon Protestants. Because white is what?
A protected.
It's a social construct.
Yeah.
It's a social construct. And those who gatekeep it can put out or let in people as they see fit. And a lot of times the abused becomes the abuser.
Yep. And that's kind of what's going on with ADOS and some FBAs.
Right. So I read an article that was talking about, way before this movie came out, that was talking about how the Irish overseers on the plantations were more brutal than the English or the Scottish because they wanted to show the plantation owners that they didn't have any mercy on the black enslaved. Okay, so what is that going to get me though in 2025? What is that going to get me by walking around hating all Irish people? I can only take people now on an individual basis. And if a nation state, a country, if a nation state does something to directly harm black people, then yes, I can speak out about that or fight against that. I did not like, I believe that it was in the Republic of Ireland, not Northern Ireland. A lot of Africans are moving to the Republic of Ireland now. So we saw on social media the little black African girl, the white Irish lady passed her up for the medallion on the gymnastics team. They're all of what? The oldest was 9. what were they, 9, 8 years old, something like that, real little kids. We all spoke out about that. And so the Irish, they apologized, and I don't know what happened to that lady, but I know that the president or prime minister of Ireland, he apologized. Then there was an African young lady who was representing Ireland in the Olympics, and they booed her. She won for Ireland, and they booed her. And I was like, man, the Irish are still crazy and still cutting up. Then with this whole Russia and the other nation, I can't say it. I can't say it on YouTube. But right now, currently, there's Russia and another nation, and they're having a skirmish. And in the other smaller nation, there was a lot of Africans.
Okay. Muck said there are a number of FBA versus Irish riots in the late 1800s.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. In the South, and as you move into the 1900s, all the way up to what? The late 80s, the relationship between the Irish and FBA is horrible, right? Remember, I don't know how old you are, but I think it was, I don't know, was it 81, 82, maybe 84? I think it was like 81, 82. This white guy, I think he was Irish. He unalived, I almost got it myself. He unalived his pregnant wife in the car in Boston. And he said that 2 black guys did it. And they set that city ablaze. And they were just beating up, attacking black people, walking on the streets. It was not safe to be black in Boston at that time, right? We know Boston has always been a stronghold for the Irish. It's a port. It's a port city, port state. And that's what a lot of them came in through, especially in the late 1800s. President John F. Kennedy's family, he was a Catholic Irish. They came in through Boston and lived in Boston. So anyway, in the 80s, this white Irish guy, I think he was Irish,
Okay, so yeah, Muck said, yeah, he said, right. I remember hearing about that when I was young.
Yeah, he said that a black guy had unalived his pregnant wife in the car, and he did it. Whole time, he did it. And black people lost their lives, and the city was destroyed. My only question to you, Muck, is, do you feel, with all of this history, all of this bad history, between all of these different people groups, especially in the United States, would you be willing to have peace? And how do we achieve peace? Would you be willing to have peace and camaraderie? Do you feel that as a human family, we should even attempt to achieve equity amongst each other, financially, educationally, equity, healthcare? Or should we just leave stuff the way that it is, the status quo, hating one another, fighting each other? I'm just asking you a question. And whatever you say, it's not a right or wrong answer, because it's your answer. You can't give me somebody else's answer. You can only give me your answer.
These young folks don't know their history, don't know the truth about America, don't own their country, don't own themselves. When they look in the mirror, they see flat black, they don't see ADOS and love that ADOS, and y'all out here celebrating some nonsense. Here we go.
Okay, so Muck said,
give it to them, Tom.
the Bible says that we should try to be at peace with all men, but that doesn't mean that our ally they're still an enemy.
Okay, but I would say 90% I could take that. 90% I can agree with that. My caveat is this. I won't call you an enemy, but I won't call you friend. I will be cordial with you, and I won't call you enemy until you show me that you are still an enemy. But I will keep my eyes on you because you do have a history and have set a precedent for being against me. So I'm not saying that I would take you all the way in, but I wouldn't shut you all the way out either.
Right, I agree with that. That's how you're supposed to be with all people, regardless of the color of their skin. You're supposed to take them on their personality, not on just what they are.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, you gonna hate Bob Marley? Bob Marley's half Irish.
Your great grandmother was Irish, right?
Yes.
And so you are Irish and black.
Irish, black, Scottish, and French.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
And
she was a
so
very friendly woman. She wasn't hateful.
So the Irish side is on your mom's side or your dad's side?
It came from my dad's side. My mom's side has the Scottish part.
And your dad's side is Irish. And both of your parents are black?
Yes.
No chaser. So Annie, to the black women that don't get no chance to love on no A-list actor, are celebrating that a black woman of this look got to hold on. It's Wunmi Mosaku, Nigerian-born British actress. Now, there's multiple levels of problems with that. For those people that have been part of this project, the project that led to the national reparation discussion, that awakened the truth that we are not flat black, that we are American descendants of slavery and built America, the project that made it so that we started getting truthful about the fact that Africa is not a country, it is a continent, and it is disassociated, and people in Africa don't call themselves African, they go by tribe. But you out here saying because a black woman that looked black is in the movie, you feel powerful. So the movie became a project about the power of identity versus a goddamn vampire movie that was scary. Oh, can we talk about it? For somebody that said Cynthia Erivo, I was on Al Jazeera. I told y'all that she shouldn't have played Harriet Tubman. So Viola Davis plays the Nausicaa in the Woman King that's slaughtering ADOS folk, and then Cynthia Erivo, the African actress, plays Harriet Tubman. Y'all don't know that they out here playing with y'all?
I don't agree that Cynthia Erivo should have played Harriet Tubman. I was very mad about that. But again, I didn't write the movie. I didn't finance the movie. ADOS people, FBA people are putting these African immigrants and Caribbean immigrants, they're not coming here and holding nobody at gunpoint. Give me that roll. Give me that roll right now. I forget the guy's name. Oh my gosh, he was in the Tupac's last movie. He has a real unique name too. But he and his wife produced the Harriet Tubman movie. And they cast Cynthia Erivo. I can't stand Cynthia Erivo. Why?
Because she's offensive.
Because she's offensive.
Because she's offensive. She's said derogatory things in the past.
While she sit over here and make money off my heritage and history. She said that we was all on Section 8. She was on Twitter when it was Twitter. She and her little friend Lovey talking all of this madness. But that's why she don't get any play from us now. She is holding on by a thin thread in the United States. She keep it up, she's gonna have to sell everything but her teeth. I can't say hair because she don't have any. Trot her little unattractive ass back to the UK or Nigeria or whatever place she can afford. Whatever mud hole she can take her ass back to. We are whooping a knot on her head. You know how? Because we have boycotted her work. She's doing good to have been in Wicked. Nobody cares about Wicked though.
Nobody cares about that.
No, that was a horrible choice to play Harriet Tubman. I do agree with that. But again, if you don't have power over something, all you can do is just not support it by not watching it. But Senate deserves to be supported. This young lady haven't said anything bad about Black Americans. She haven't said anything bad. She don't deserve this.
She's just grateful to have the role.
Mm-hmm. And she had the look that Ryan Cooglar was going for in that particular role. I'm sure. What if they want a woman? Say I was going out for a part, right? But they want a woman that's 5'8". Well, my little 5'3" butt ain't gonna get it. That's how this goes. Now, if you come and you know you're not a part of this people group and you attack them, then you should expect to get your ass mollywopped. Cheeks.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Wake it up. I'm almost finished. He almost finished jaw jacking.
How many roles in a year, for that matter, even a decade, does a Black female with this look get casted to play the love interest of a Hollywood leading actor like Michael B. Jordan? Maybe once a decade, probably even not even that often. And you still can't cast an American descendant of slavery.
Okay, since you're getting a little water out, let me speed it up. Let me see if there's anything else of substance. Did you want to touch on the part where he was talking about the
Do not pay your next car insurance bill. Repeat,
Well, the car
do
insurance lady
not
bust
pay your
through.
bill yet.
Did you want to touch on that part where he's talking about the Nigerian lady that does have to just? I don't want to hold her.
I kind of already touched on this point earlier, but I will reiterate. This was very salacious on his part because he almost make it seem like that the woman who plays Annie, Wawumbi, what's her name again?
Yeah, I can't pronounce it well either, so go ahead.
Wumi. He make it seem like that this is Wumi's ancestors, that her great grandfather owned these slaves, and when he died, his slaves had to go with him. It was so salacious, and if you didn't catch what he was talking about, you would have automatically assumed that this was her ancestors and what they did. He's ridiculous, and I was wrong.
It's so
And
horrifying.
him bringing this up had no, it made no sense. It had no business. This is a completely different woman that he's talking about. That he pulled up, trying to make whatever point he trying to struggle to make. He just hates this movie.
He hates this movie. I think he's butthurt over Ryan identifying as FBA and not ADOS. And Ryan is from Cali. So they have a similar background. Their ancestry is from Mississippi, and they were part of the Great Black Migration to Cali. Though Ryan is from Oakland and Miss Antonio is from LA. It was very horrible to even equate the actress and sinners and Lovecraft Country to this particular piece of Nigerian history that has nothing to do with her.
Nothing.
Like that, I'm not gonna even play it. If anybody wants to see the rest of Tone's reaction, go over there to his channel. Woo 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 woo.
Welcome to Tone Tits. Welcome to Tone Tits.
Right. Go over there. So this is the last thing I want to show because the person who did the score and helped with the music was Ryan Cooglar's one of his good friends from college. They met at college. I believe he's Swedish. And
Okay, Muck
this
Muck has something to say. I know this
okay.
take is going to be controversial, but why did Cooglar only cast dark-skinned black folks and sinners? FBA comes in many different complexions. I found that to be a bit odd. Well, that's for a certain look.
Muck Muck. I wasn't gonna go there because I was leaving it out. But one thing that I have noticed over the last few years, and you're correct, FBA comes in many different complexions. But when was the last time we saw a really our chocolate and what we consider chocolate is not chocolate. It's a deep brown maybe, but if they really want a chocolate actress or actor, they've been getting the African. Now, we could say that's right, we could say that's wrong, but if you notice when they had that series, Underground Railroad, not the one that was on WG in America, the one that was on Prime. That actress also played in The Woman King. She's from South Africa. This actress here is Afro-British with Nigerian ancestry. Yes, we come in all complexion. And in the 1930s, I don't, some of us were still dark, but a lot of us were a lighter brown tone. And the narrative is that we have a lot of maybe purple, blue, black, very, very, very heavily melanated people. And I just don't find that to be true as FBA. As Black Americans, I don't find that to be true. To me, every now and then, you will see an FBA person that's very, very, very dark. But most of us, we call our chocolate and African chocolate is two different chocolates. To me, that's just my observation. Our chocolate is a deep, deep brown. Their chocolate is a real black. And so, if the showrunner wants a black character, right? A FBA character that's of dark skin, they get the African. Now, and that's something we could talk about. That's something that we could push back on if we want to, or whatever. I'm just saying that's my you say facts, it's not true. Facts. What's not true, mother? I'll give you a minute. Tell me what's not true. It's just that was just my observation. And we'll wait for your comment. What is your thoughts on that, Chief?
About why they chose this Nigerian woman?
Well, my response to Muck Muck was because they go get when they want to show a Black American that's dark skinned, they usually go get African slaves.
Well, I think that dark-skinned women deserve representation as well. And you don't normally see dark-skinned women get the love interest or be the love interest of, the handsome, guy. So I think
He
that was
came back. Muck Muck came back and he said, "No, I'm agreeing with you. Yes, so he's agreeing with me that what we consider chocolate is a deep brown, and that the two chocolates are not the same. You understand what I'm saying, Chief?
yeah.
Yeah,
Oof.
you see the two chocolates are not the same.
Yep.
So, okay, I'm getting ready to show you my last clip because I wanted to talk about how the man who helped with the score was a Swedish man. And this movie has brought out so many different aspects of history. There was a time in the United States that the blues artists like Howlin' Wolf, Muddy Waters, they were not getting paid in the United States. They wasn't getting paid well, I should say. Let me quantify. A lot of the white clubs wouldn't hire them, and the black people just didn't have the money. So they went to Europe and they started playing in Europe and making good money. And this white man right here, he's Swedish, and his dad fell in love with the blues players who came to Sweden and taught his son how to play the guitar at like 6 years old. And he met Ryan Cooglar in college, and he helped with the score. And so
That's very cool.
this is the main song from Sinners. And I don't want to get in trouble for playing it, but I'm gonna play it, and y'all let's see how it goes.
No,
Let's
you're gonna
see.
get copyright strike.
Let's see if YouTube in the stream. Muck, thank you for tuning in. If the stream ends abruptly, you know why. Okay. But it's on YouTube, so I should be able to play it.
This one is called I Lied to You. Is Jamie Lawson in the building? Yeah. Lawson, she plays Pearline. Make some noise.
Okay, now so Muck, this young lady here, she plays Pearline, who is Sammy's love interest. I can't remember if you said you saw Sinners yet or not. Now for us, her name is Jamie Lawson. She's FBA. For us, we might consider her chocolate, right? But she's not chocolate like the way Woomsy is, the Afro-Brit Nigerian young lady who plays Annie. They're different skin tones. So this came right at the right part as we was talking about that. This skin tone thing. And when they want to show a chocolate Black American, they get an African actor or actress because she's clearly lighter than Wumi. And for us, she would be chocolate.
There's a line in the song that goes,
And the white man, this is Miles Canton. He plays Sammy, Smoking Stack's younger cousin. And he really is a main character in the movie. He's the guitarist. He is the character that the head vampire wants. Because when he sings and plays his guitar, he has the ability to open up portals to go to the past, the present, and the future and connect with the ancestors. And Remick, being a vampire, he wants to be able to connect with his ancestors. And the white man sitting next to him is Ludwig Göransson, and he's Swedish. And he's Ryan Cooglar's, or one of Ryan Cooglar's best friends. And they went to film school together, and he majored in music, and he helped with the score.
There's a line in the song that goes, when we get to that part, I need everybody to sing along, all right? She's gonna help us. You ready? So Mama wanna tell you for a long time, it might hurt you, hope you lose your mind. Well, I was just a boy, about 8 years old. You threw me a Bible on that Mississippi road. See, I love you, Papa, you did all you could do. And they say the truth hurts, so I lied to you. Yes, I lied to you. I love the blues. Me, I say. Well, somebody take me in your arms tonight. Well, all right, come on. Will somebody take me in your arms tonight?
Okay, so I don't want to play too much of it. I don't want to get in trouble. But I think that's a good way to end the stream. Miles Canton is so talented. And if we didn't have people of other races that appreciate, cultural appropriation is bad, but cultural appreciation is good. We wouldn't have the movie centers and we wouldn't have this score if it wasn't for this white Swedish man, right? Whose dad absolutely adores and loves blues music. And we all come together and we bring the best that we have to the project. And maybe one day to the world. And so with that being said, I want everybody to have a good Sunday. Maybe you got something out of this live stream more than us just talking about how crazy Antonio Moore is, which he is,
Yeah.
which he is absolutely, unequivocally insane. So good night, everybody.
Good night.
Guys, UMGC is waiving the application fee through May 30th. You can transfer up to 90 credits towards your degree and
The ads want to say good night too.
Huh? The ass want to say good night too. I would love.
Women United. I am your host, Sherry Danny. Subscribe, like, share, comment,
All right,
and hit
I'm
the
out.
notification bell so you know every time I upload a new video. Sexual assault hotline. I am your host, Sherry Danny. Subscribe, like, share, comment, and hit the notification bell so you know every time I upload a new video. Stay safe and stay informed.
Good night, everybody.